Bristol Edition 2025 Municipal Election Campaign Coverage. This is a first for us. I'm David Fortier, the publisher and editor-in-chief of the Bristol Edition, which is really a group project. We're a not-for-profit office. We want to bring news back to Bristol, and this is one of our examples of going out there and trying some new technology and bringing the news and information back into Bristol homes. We think the election coverage is particularly important, and so we have young people out at the polls, and they will be reporting shortly, and they will also be going over to the headquarters, where they will also be reporting the results of tonight's election. Tonight, I am here with Aaron Lopez. And Aaron would like to introduce himself. He's quite an individual, and he's come along and he's helped us tremendously with these technology, I guess, feats of technology that we're involved with here.
Thank you, Dave Forte. A big thank you to the Bristol Edition for having me on the team. City of Bristol, it is an honor to be here to cover the 2025 elections. It's exciting. This is new. This is something that is unprecedented, and we're excited to give you live coverage right here, only on the Bristol Edition. I'm from Corpus Christi, Texas. Lived the last 10 to 15 years of my life in Austin, Texas, and moved here to the great city of Bristol, and ready to continue good work and do some bipartisan reporting and make sure that the city of Bristol is really enjoyed all over the United States. There's a lot of joy, a lot of great places, events, and things to do here in this city. And what we're going to try to do is elevate that and show the world how great this city really is. So I'm really honored, and thank you to Dave Fortier and the Bristol Edition for having me on the team. David, thank you so much. It's a complete honor. And let's get this election coverage going. So joining us, we have some reporters out on the field. We have Alexa and Lucas, who are currently at the polling sites. We're going to give you extensive coverage as it comes in. Okay, David, anything you want to tell the viewers?
Well, just right now, Alexa is up at Chippens Hill Middle School, where she just voted, by the way. And Lucas is over at Northeast Middle School, where he has he set up an interview with one of tonight's candidates. So we're looking forward to these reports. And so go ahead, Lucas.
Hello all, my name is Lucas Amoroso Whittles. I am a correspondent for the Bristol Edition. Tonight I'm over at Northeast Middle School. I will be interviewing one of our city council candidates right here, Gregory Hahn. We are just about to switch over. Right. All right, how are you doing tonight?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Doing good. So what has the outcome been here like right now?
We've had a surprisingly very steady flow of voters come in all day long. I got here at 6 o'clock this morning. Lots of people here at that time voting before they go to work. But what was surprising was there was never a lull. So it was good to see.
All right, and again, as the night dwindles, how has everything else looked as well? Have more people started to pour in, more people come after work?
It continued through the day, which was, like I said, surprising. I was pleasantly surprised. I saw lots of people that I haven't seen before in the voting for the first time in the local election. I've seen a lot of that today.
Mm-hmm. And also another thing is, how would you say, again, what's like some words of advice maybe right now for voters who again are coming on in?
Well, we have another, I think 1 hour in the polls, and if you haven't voted, now's a good time because it has started to slow down for the first time in the last half hour or so. But voters should get out. I mean, the more people that vote, the better, regardless of your affiliation. We want to have our voices heard, and it's better to have more people voting so we can make sure that we're getting the people's choice.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Gregory.
My pleasure. And it's
Of
good to see
course.
the Bristol edition expanding like this.
Yes,
It's
of course.
fantastic.
We're very happy about it.
Congratulations.
Thank you. All right. And again, reporting live, this is Lucas Emerosa Whittles for the Bristol edition.
Thanks, Lucas. Terrific job. And if people don't know, Greg Hahn is the Democratic candidate in District 1. Tonight's candidates, I know this is late in Election Day, and people are probably very familiar with who they are, but we're just going to list these people off one more time. So for our mayoral candidates, we have Democrat Ellen Zappo Sassum and Republican Jeffrey Caggiano. For the Board of Education, we have Democrats Kara Ledger, Barbara Tedesco, Jill Fitzsimons-Beulah. For the Republicans, Jennifer Van Gorder, Diane Samaragi, and Jonathan Luskowitz. For the Board of Assessment Appeals, we have Democrats Anne Marie Herring and Lisa Segalgo Circo. For Republicans, Greg Klemick and Wesley Hoyt. Treasurer is John Lodovico and Democrat John Lodovico and Republican Robert Parenti. Do you want to have
We also have the Board of Assessment Appeals.
Oh, we got those already. We need
Okay.
to do the city council candidates.
We have it here on the screen.
Yep. Okay, so we have, District 1, you just met him, Greg Hahn and Dwayne Wynn Jr. For District 2, for the Democrats, Peter Kelly and Jennifer Tagliaferro. And District 3, Mark Dickow and Steve Seymour. The Republican candidates for City Council are in District 1, Jennifer St. John and Eric Rosengren. District 2, Susan Tyler and Jacqueline Olson. And District 3, Cheryl Tebow and Stephen Cohen.
So, Greg, this has been quite the election season. How do you think the race is going to turn out? Is this going to be a tight race? Is it leaning one side or the other? What's the culture and climate of the 2025 election season?
Well, this is always a difficult one in the sense that we don't have the same community, outlets that we used to have, where you could kind of show up and find out how people were feeling. As far as I know, and I guess and speculate, and it's all speculation, I am thinking this will be a very, very close race. And one of the things I think that Greg Hahn brought up is the fact that there was a considerable number of people voting today. It depends. If the vote is high, we might see things go one way. If it's a little bit lower, they might go the other way. So it's very significant that we keep following the voter turnout. At the moment, if you ask me where things are or how things are, where they stand, I, like everyone else here, is going to have to wait for the final tally before there's a decision.
Yeah, that's a great point. And we want to move forward to those, if you're in the city of Bristol and you have not yet voted, we want to let you know that there's still time. The voting booths are still open. We're going to go district by district and let you know where you can go vote. Okay? We're going to start with District 1. If you are under District 1, there are 3 locations where you can go vote. Starting at Faith Lutheran Church at 1125 Stafford Avenue. That's Faith Lutheran Church, 1125 Stafford Avenue. We also have Northeast Middle School. You will need to use the Felix Road entrance only. Now that's right around the corner from 530 Stevens Street, which is the official address. And last but not least, we have Mountain View. That's located at 71 Railroad Road. That's Mountain View at 71 Railroad Road. And then we have District 2. Chippens Hill Middle School, that's located at 551 Peacedale Street. Chippens Hill Middle School for District 2, 551 Peacedale Street. You can also vote at West Bristol at 500 Clark Avenue and Southside School at 21 Tuttle Road. Am I saying that correctly, Tuttle Road?
That's correctly. You got it. Absolutely.
And Dave, you want to let the viewers know where they can vote if they are in District 3?
For District 3, which happens to be my home district, you've got Bristol Eastern High School at 632 King Street. Bristol Arts and Innovation Magnet School, or BAMES, which is at 70 Memorial Boulevard. And Green Hill School, which is 718 Pine Street. There are, if you're interested, the Democratic headquarters and the Republican headquarters have offices right across the street from each other. The Democratic headquarters is over in the former Price Right drugstore on North Main Square, I believe, North Main Square. And we have the Republican headquarters in the old bank across the street at 1235 Farmington Avenue.
Now, we want to go a little bit over on how an election is run, for those of you who may not know. Now, all election officials take an oath to uphold election laws and to administer the election in a nonpartisan manner. Equipment, ballots, and supplies are transported to the polls in a locked, sealed transport carrier. At the close of the polls, the equipment, ballots, and supplies are transported back to the registrar's office in the locked, sealed transport carrier. All sealed numbers are recorded by the moderator and reported to the register of voters for security. Now, again, we cannot emphasize this enough. If you are in the city of Bristol and you have not yet voted, there is still time to make your way out to those polls that we just mentioned. We'll send a link in the comments if you missed some of that information. That way you can click on the link, see where you need to decide to vote at, if you're in District 1, 2, or 3. Check out those locations and make sure to get your way out to the polls. It's very important that we do our civic duty and we vote. You know, your vote truly matters, and there's still time in this 2025 election to go out and cast your vote here in the city.
The last check-in with the Registrar of Voters and Jen Bernoulli, who is the Administrator of Elections, showed that right now we're voting at about 20% of eligible voters in the city have voted. So that was as of 3 o'clock. Typically, the voting will pick up again around dinner time and into the evening when people are getting home from work. We did have early voting this year, so it's kind of a curiosity to me personally to hear Greg Hahn say that the flow of voters today was steady when many people have already come out and voted. We had about 3,100 people who came out to take advantage of early voting.
So we talked about the votes, we talked about the candidates, we talked about the importance of voting. Now, we want to make one thing very clear. This election is very important, okay? This impacts your life directly, okay? A lot of people I've heard say, I don't vote only in the presidential election. You should also vote in these elections as well. Dave, why should citizens vote in this election and not just presidential elections?
Well, I think they need to vote in all elections. I think that's important. And that goes without saying. It's almost an understatement. The issue with local elections is this is where people have the most influence. This is why we have a community newspaper. People rub elbows, people meet each other, people get to know each other, people have influence on each other that they don't typically understand anymore, maybe because of the onset of social media. But that factor is so important that you can here in Bristol get on the phone and call City Hall. You can call the homes of your elected officials. All their numbers are actually posted on the city website. So your influence, if you're looking at percentages of influence, it's a lot higher on the local level than it is on a national level. And the other thing about local elections and local relationships and community relationships is that we are overwhelmed by what happens on the national level. It's a huge country. There's millions of people. And somehow what we do is we think that because of that immense number, our influence it's diminished. It's not at all diminished. We need to work with our relationships to create very good and fine community here which benefits each other. So I think when you have a choice of voting for a presidential election and a local election, if you're going to hedge your bets and think about the influence that you have, it's probably better to vote in your local election. But again, I say they're both important. And as Americans and people who are believe in democracy as our model of government, we have an obligation to get out there to inform ourselves and to create these relationships if they don't already exist.
So the Bristol edition with the senior forum this year, where the candidates and the city and the candidates for mayor participated in. We're going to play some of the interviews that we had there at the senior forum of both Republican and Democratic candidates at the senior forum in 2025.
Jennifer Van Gorder. I'm running for re-election on the Board of Education. Message to senior citizens is we have a really great school district. We've done some overspending and we need to keep our taxpayers in mind when working with our school budget while also keeping our students and teachers in mind. So kind of making sure we take care of everybody all at the same time.
Hi, my name is Carol Ledger. I'm running for the Bristol Board of Education. We just spoke at the Senior Center now, talking about some of my goals, working for adequate funding of schools, but while also being transparent with the budgeting, allocating resources efficiently so we're being responsible with taxpayer dollars. I was a teacher, so I also have insight into policies and practices that best support teachers and students, because I feel like if you're supporting students and teachers and adequately funding the schools, you're going to make a strong school system, you're going to attract people to Bristol, and Bristol's all heart, and we'll have people coming to Bristol, higher property values when you have a stronger school system, which is going to be great for all community members.
My name's Jonathan Lukasevich. I'm running for the Board of Ed. My main message was, besides talking about myself and introducing myself as a CCD teacher and a swim teacher and somebody who serves on 2 commissions in Bristol, is that we have an obligation as Board of Ed members to serve teachers, to serve students, and when it comes to our seniors, we have an obligation to make sure that we're using the tax money correctly. There's been recent deficits on the Board of Ed, and it's unfair to seniors who pay their fair share in taxes, who are on a fixed income, to have to deal with the issues even when they don't have kids in school anymore. I grew up in Bristol. I love Bristol. I've lived here my whole life. I went to school here. I love my teachers. They've given me the world, and now I want to give back to them.
Hi, I'm Barbara Tedesco, and I'm running for a position on the Board of Education. I think that it needs to be a spirit of collaboration no matter what political affiliation we have. We need to work together to make sure that teachers, that community and children benefit from our decisions, and they're not made on a bipartisan platform. That we need to really think together about what's best for the city of Bristol and be able to make those decisions together. So we need a spirit of collaboration and people that know what all the stakeholders in Bristol need. When I was teaching at school, I was known for being the teacher who always taught my kindergarten kids, like, be kind to everyone, and I would wear be kind shirts everywhere. And I think that's a message we need to remember as adults. You know, I hate to have spent all that time teaching my children to go on and be adults who care about each other and are kind to each other. And for some reason, when we get older, we lose that. And I think that if there could be a little kindness, better listening to each other, we can all make decisions no matter what sides of the aisle you're on, and no matter who we work with, as long as we're collaborative and kind to each other.
My name is Jennifer St. John, and I'm running for City Council for District 1. The message I had today wasn't about what I've done in Bristol, because I haven't been an elected official yet, but it's about what I've done as a community member and as a lifelong resident of Bristol. I am born and raised here, and now I'm currently raising my own family here. I have 3 young boys, and I've been very actively involved in Bristol with various communities with early childhood. I sit on a lot of committees and council, including the Historic District Commission for the city. I also am a long-term member of the Bristol School Readiness Council and Bristol Early Childhood Alliance, and I co-chair the Family Fun Day Committee for Early Childhood. I co-chair the newly formed Special Education Committee for Bristol. So I really I enjoy my time volunteering in Bristol, and I thought it would be the next step to be able to take it to the level of city council. I want to be able to do what I do on a larger scale and not just reach the early childhood families, but reach everybody in Bristol, including the seniors here. Vote for me because I am somebody who born and raised in Bristol. I love our community. We are Bristol Heart for a reason, and I want to make sure that it stays that way. And I want to make sure that Bristol continues to move forward in the right direction, continue to keep our streets safe, keep the buildings growing, and keep the money coming into the city, and really bring us to that next level.
Eric Rosengren, and I'm running for City Council District 1. Basically, that I'm very approachable, that I'm always out in the public, I'm always looking out for their best interests and try to be a voice for them at City Hall. And that we want to continue to move forward and look for ways to support our seniors and to make their lives a little bit easier. I think I'm very dedicated to the city and dedicated to what I do and dedicated to the taxpayers and trying to be very fiscally conservative and an ear for them when they have a complaint or when they need something or they don't have the certain information that they'd want. I'm always out in the public. I'm at the farmers market. I'm online. I come to the senior center often. I go all over, so it's very easy to get a hold of me, and I want people to know that so that they can come up to me at any time.
It was an amazing event. I do appreciate the opportunity for the invite to be extended to me. Being a first-time candidate, I know a lot of people had questions about what I have to offer to the city of Bristol, and I feel like I have a lot to offer when it comes to the housing initiative and the housing sector. So hopefully if voted in, I could tackle issues such as transitional housing, affordable home ownership for all, and aging in place. So I'm pretty excited for this year.
My name's Greg Hahn. I'm running for City Council in the 1st District of Bristol. I think what we need to understand is we have 4 years of both administrations with Ellen and with Jeff, and we need to be able to compare apples to apples. We look at the tax increase when Ellen was in office of a mere 3%, as opposed to Jeff Caggiano's 27 to 30%. There's a big difference. When we look at downtown, what's happening downtown is happening because of the work that we put in when we were in office. We sold the lots, we approved the plans, we put in the infrastructure, and for them to take credit for work that we did is unconscionable, and people need to know.
Susan Tyler, and I am running for re-election for City Council District 2. My message was that whoever they go out to vote for on November 4th should be people who put the priority on seniors and all of the things that have an impact on seniors. Affordable housing is a huge problem for seniors right now, and affordability just to be able to live a normal, decent life that seniors have worked so hard to be able to enjoy in these golden years. So I moved here to Bristol when I was in the 6th grade, went to Bristol schools, stayed local. I became a police officer, and I served 27 years on the police department in Farmington. Retired from that, got my real estate license, opened up my own business. I'm a real estate professional. Currently, I'm a broker owner of my own company. I got on the board of directors for St. Vincent de Paul back in 2018, and just kind of starting on my second chapter of life is kind of what led me to make the decision to run for office in 21. And I was very fortunate to have gotten elected in 21, and this is the end of my second term currently.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Tagriello, and I'm running for City Council District 2. My message to them, which is also my message to everyone that I come across, is that Bristol really needs to embrace its spirit of collaboration and cooperation. That's something that's missing with this administration and is something that I desperately want to bring back to City Hall. Bristol has been so very good to me. It has allowed me the opportunity to go through great public schools. I have a great career. My children are following in that same path, with both of them at amazing colleges, studying to pursue the careers of their dreams, and I do owe it all to what we grew up with, and I want to give that back to the city. Thank you.
My name is Peter Kelly. I'm running for City Council in the 2nd District. Well, my message was, I was careful not to be patronizing, but it was really primarily about who I was and what my vision for Bristol was. And I shared with the crowd today that if elected, I'm going to donate my entire salary to a service group here in Bristol. As you get older, I discussed it with my children and my significant other, and you really want to make a difference. And if you're a city council member, you're a public servant, you're supposed to serve the public, and what better way than to put your money where your mouth is?
Hi, I'm Cheryl Tebow, and I'm running for City Council in District 3. My message was to talk about some of the things and the accomplishments that we've done, such as the success of the Rockwell Theater, where after 2 years, we are running and covering our expenses, which is unheard of for a small theater. And then we're building a new animal control facility because there's state law changes that are put into effect. We have to be in compliance by 2029, and we've got a great committee that is planning a building. We bought a building. Now we're working with the architect to have it be state-of-the-art. We also want to, if there's any towns watching this, please partner with us, because we can avail ourselves to some grants that will help with construction and also reduce operating costs for all communities involved. We already do partner with Plymouth, but we'll have the capacity to partner with one more. You know, we have multiple generations here in Bristol, and each one is just as important as the other. And the seniors have a wealth of knowledge. They have that institutional knowledge of years of wisdom, of seeing how things have been done. We like to tap into that energy and that knowledge base. And also, because they have served, many of them have volunteered, many of them have retired, they need somebody to have their backs. And so it's important for a council, it's important for me to make sure our seniors are taken care of and can end their life with a good quality of life in their homes or where they choose to live.
My name is Steve Cohen. I live on Federal Hill, and I am running for City Council District 3. My message to the seniors is that we need to, one of my personal interests is the integrity of our neighborhoods, and that we have to allow this Republican team to keep, to put them back into office and keep these people and keep up the momentum that they've started. And, some of us are old enough to remember when our beautiful downtown was demolished back in the early 60s, and it's been largely vacant since then. And I think that, finally, we're seeing so much activity down there now, and it's something we can be proud of again.
Pardon the interruption on the video. We have some candidates who are live at the polling station. We'll get back to Mark DeCal's interview at the senior forum just a little later, but we wanted to toss things over to we have Lucas and Alexa out at site. Lucas, you have an update for us?
Hi, yes, I do. So I'm standing with both two Democratic and Republican candidates, of course, for district run. Right in front of me right now, I'm going to switch right on over. I have Eric Rossingren. How are you doing tonight?
Good, good.
Good. So I figured I'd ask you a few questions about, how today has been. What have things been like, since you started?
Cold, hectic, windy, but very optimistic. We're at the polls. The greeters are enjoying each other's company for the most part, where everybody's getting along very well. So I love that. I really do.
All right. And what have you seen with voter turnout wise at some of the locations you've been to?
Pretty good. This morning was slammed. Then it slowed down a little bit, but it's come back pretty good. So I'm hoping to see a decent turnout. It's unfortunate when the turnout's like in the 30s, 28, high 20s to low 30%. This is a very important election. Every election is important, but these are local elections. These affect you, and these are people you know. Come out and vote. It's one of your best rights, your greatest rights. So I just.
And would you have any messages for people who are still, maybe have in the next half hour still have a chance to vote? And again,
30 minutes.
Yeah.
If you're on the fence about coming out to vote, just vote. If you don't know who you're voting for, just come out and vote. Just vote. Just doing it. Because I'll tell you right now, anybody that puts themselves out there to be an elected official, to put themselves out to the scrutiny, to put themselves through all the work it takes to get elected, deserves respect. And I think people should come out and vote.
And what have other people also come up to you about issues wise? What are people caring about for this election?
School board, taxes, roads, just a lot of the normal stuff. And these are all things I hope we can work together on to get things fixed and start finding better solutions and new solutions for the future of Bristol. Bristol is growing right now. We're having a younger population move in, which is great. So the downtown and the restaurants and all the different venues and the apartments, so it's going to be great for Bristol. So hopefully that'll bring in a lot more tax base, and we can spread the taxes around a little bit so it lowers it for regular homeowners.
All right. And no, I want to thank you again for your time, of course. All right. And I am flipping over. I now have one of the other candidates with me. So can you introduce yourself for me?
Sure. I am Jill Fitzsimons-Spila, and I'm a Democratic candidate for the Board of Education, along with my two fellow partners, Kara Ledger and Barbara Tedesco, who are also on the ballot.
All right. And thank you again for coming out to do this. So what has your day been like so far? What's it been like since you got up and started moving?
So it's definitely I've been a little nervous, but it seems like there's really great energy in Bristol, and we've seen a lot of people coming out, which is great. So I think all in all, I'm optimistic, and just, kind of focusing on the positive energy.
Progressive. So what have you seen today wise, again, with voters coming out? Have voters spoken to you as well on things?
I've gotten a lot of questions leading up to the election. There's been a lot of voters coming out that I've seen here. But a lot of questions leading up, it sounds like people are really trying to dive into some of the facts, do some research around who they like to support. So that's been really, really great to see.
All right. And also, again, again, with the next half hour and again, the time frame dwindling, again, what's something you would tell voters again who are still on the fence right now about coming out?
Yeah, that's a really great question. I would encourage everyone to hop on Google, do some research, find out which candidates you really support, what they're working towards or what they're supporting, and come out and vote. Every vote counts, and everyone has, you got to exercise that right. Every vote counts. So I encourage people to do some research, look for those facts, and head on out.
All right. And on that note, I do want to thank you again for coming over here. All right. And on that note, this is Lucas Amoroso with the Bristol Edition signing off.
Thank you, Lucas. That was terrific. I think we've got to go along with both what Eric said and what Jill said about the weather. Eric said it. It's been a windy, blustery day, and Jill showed it with her mittens on, her gloves on, and her vest. So we're going to go over to see Alexa, who is over at West Bristol right now. Alexa?
Hi, I'm Alexa Furness. I'm currently at the West Bristol location. I was just at the Chippens Hill Middle School location as well. Both locations have had a very high voter turnout that has been a steady flow from 6 p.m. up until 6 a.m. up until 6 p.m. It has just recently kind of slowed, but as you can see, there are still people kind of lingering here and there. We have gotten reports that the numbers of the voter turnout here in West Bristol has the possibility to be one of the highest voter turnout spots in all of Bristol. But as the night goes on, people are still coming in, and it seems to be going great right now. People come in with their kids, come in with family members, and overall, it seems to have been a very good night for voting.
Where are you headed next?
Next, I believe,
Okay, so we got it.
I'm headed to Green Hills, I believe. I'm unsure. But I will be reporting live from there as well.
Okay, we look forward to your next report. Thank you so much. So here we are back at our studio, our makeshift studio, which happens to be in our dining room. So once again, this is Bristol Edition. I'm Dave Fortier. I am the publisher and editor of our not-for-profit, nonpartisan community news newspaper, online newspaper. That was one of the things that we decided when we started this adventure, that it would be a not-for-profit, not in the sense that we won't make money, but in the sense that ownership in a not-for-profit is in the people in a community. So one of the reasons we are actually out there doing what we're doing tonight is to remind people that our community is made of people. And the more we talk to them, the more we find out about them, the better off we are as a community. I could go on all night about that. Aaron, you are thinking?
Yes, so we left you guys off with, and listen, I do want to give an apologies out if the audio was a little low. Bear with us. It's our first time live streaming something of this, an event of this magnitude. We're doing the best we can. We'll continue to troubleshoot its technology and go with it. But thank you guys for your patience, everyone. Now, we left off the Senior Forum video. Mark DeCal was up next, giving his interview at the Senior Forum. We wanted to toss it back to that to resume that video for you guys. So here's Mark DeCal, who will resume the interviews that we had this year at the 2025 Senior Forum.
Mark DeCal, I'm running for City Council in District 3. My message to the seniors is that we need to continue developing the city. We need to develop Forestville. We need to have safety with traffic safety with red light cameras. And I want to work on the senior center and make the senior center better for them with exercise, fitness, and healthcare.
Steve Seymour, running for District 3 candidate for City Council. My message to the senior citizen is I would like to see you guys taken care of as far as getting to your appointments, medical. Today went pretty good. Yeah, I liked it overall. There's a lot of things that I did want to say as far as the senior citizens go. I would like to see more safety stuff around town for the senior citizens, help them to get to their doctor's appointments, stuff like that. My parents are senior citizens, so I know exactly what they go through, and affordability for senior citizens, basically.
Jeff Caggiano, current mayor of the city of Bristol. Well, I think the biggest overall message was that we have seen tremendous grand list growth and the growth of downtown, which most of these seniors know the history of urban renewal here in Bristol. So we've had fits and starts for the last 64 years, and we're about putting the last finishing touches on that center square. So the city's not going to own developable land downtown any longer. And that's a good thing for this city. Good for development, good to stabilize the tax base. The other last message that I didn't have quite as much time to explain fully, so I'm glad I can do it here, is that the senior home tax credit has been around for a while. In 2022, with our reval that shifted the burden of taxes to homeowners, we actually raised the amount of money they were getting back to $500. We're going to keep it at a $500, but what we found is that the inflation rate and the cost of living increases that everybody's seeing hasn't allowed enough people to qualify. So the income limit threshold was $60,000. We're raising that income level to $75,000 so that more people will qualify for this tax credit. And we're going to vote on that on Tuesday. I can't imagine it's not going to be a unanimous vote, so that's my only qualifier. It hasn't been voted on, but been working behind the scenes to make this happen.
Ellen Zappo Sasu. I'm running for mayor in the city of Bristol. My message to the senior citizens today was don't believe everything you hear, because the other party is trying to create their own narrative when in fact affordability in the city of Bristol has plummeted in the last 4 years, taxes have increased dramatically, and at the same time there have been 0 new services or programs offered, and in fact we've kicked the can down the road significantly on preventative maintenance, building upgrades, and investment in education. Don't be fooled by the lies. Do your homework, check the city website, read minutes, read the comprehensive financial reports, read the budget. Those are where the real numbers are, not the ones that were talked about today. As I said in my introduction, I really want people to not only look at me and my qualifications, but to look at the team we put together. We handpicked people who have expertise in areas that are critical for the city of Bristol: financial, housing, affordability, programmatic, retired teachers for education. All of this is going to put together a synergistic team that will work together, that won't fight, that will have an opportunity to create a plan that will move Bristol past these spikes in high taxation rates and put it back to where it is. Moderate, gradual tax increases when necessary in order to protect the services that everybody has come to rely upon.
We are back. I hope you enjoyed that video and took time to listen to it. I know it's late in the campaign, but still, it's still information, and information is what is important for us as voters. One of the interesting things about the Bristol Senior Forum, it's not a debate. It is an opportunity for all candidates to address seniors, a particularly and specific senior audience. So they get 3 minutes to make a speech, and then they mingle with the voters, with the seniors. What we did there is we gave the candidates who are still available an opportunity to share their message over the Bristol edition. I think, again, I think the Senior Forum provides a particular slant on where these people are coming from, and the same thing happened with the Central Connecticut Chambers of Commerce, which had a more of a debate format. However, it was more directed toward and geared toward business. We had our own forum this year for the first time. Which unfortunately we had one party decide to sit out. But I think the party that did come out saw that what we were looking for is try to inform our readers about issues that are important to them. So we'll continue to do that. We'll continue to bring these live stream events, and we will talk a little bit more about what our mission is as we go through the evening, while we wait for the results of this election, and also reports from our reporters out there at the polls, Lucas and Alexa. So, Aaron.
Yes, Lucas and Alexa doing a great job out there. It's cold, it's windy, and it's dark, especially with the time change. It's a little darker than usual at this time of night. Now, I want to go back and talk about the Senior Forum. I had the pleasure to go out there and interview the Republican and Democratic candidates myself. What an absolute honor it was to do that. As someone who is new to the city, someone who is still learning and what Bristol's all about, and learning the candidates who are seeking to be elected.
And I would like to add one thing right there too, Aaron, because it's I can't tell you how wonderful it is that you're here, because I've been here my whole life. You come with fresh eyes. So when you raise issues and you talk about Bristol and see certain things, I find that I've kind of forgotten those things or misplaced that kind of information. And so it's terrific to have you around to do that. And then the technical skills that you bring are phenomenal. So I just wanted to make sure that I pointed that out and didn't mean to cut into your.
No, I appreciate it. I also, for the viewers who cannot see behind the camera, I want to highlight Angelo Velasquez, who's here, who's helping us. He's behind the cameras. He's navigating communication from the polls to City Hall. He'll be navigating on the communication between the reporters, me and Dave, figuring out all these technical solutions live as we're streaming live. So huge thank you to Angelo for being here with us tonight and helping us with all that. And it is just a pleasure. It's a pleasure to be part of the Bristol edition. And like you said, fresh eyes. But I want to make something very clear as well. You know, I am learning myself. I am learning people. I am learning the candidates. I'm learning the climate of the city of Bristol. I'm seeking to ask questions truly because I either do not know or want more information. And I think that's just not something just for me. I think that's something that everybody in the city should be doing.
And I'm going to cut in one more time, Aaron. Just for an example of that, Aaron is a foodie. I mean, he's from Texas. He likes food. And so tonight we all shared a pizza before people went out to the polls, and we started this little project here. And he's been over to LJ's, and he asked Jim over at LJ's what is one of their their favorites or something you won't find other places. And he said you've got to try the BLT pizza. So we had BLT pizza tonight.
You're making me hungry all over again.
So again, I'm sorry for cutting in, but
no, it's fine.
It's just rich when you not only you talk the talk, but you walk it too. So you are really generally engaged and interested in what happens in Bristol.
Absolutely, I love small business. I love supporting small business. I love going to. I go to Family Roots, one of the farmers markets here in Bristol. I like going to some of the smaller family-owned restaurants, trying it out. Listen, I grew up in the South, where I'll say it, the hole in the wall restaurants are often the best restaurants. Okay, now we won't talk about Mexican food here in Bristol, although there are some really good spots. I will tell you that. But you know, you got to go out support small businesses. But this is what it's all about: moving to a new place, discovering different cultures, traditions, recipes, pizza. Who knew that they put lettuce, tomato, and bacon on a pizza? Now, bacon I understood, but lettuce, tomato, that's a little something different. Okay, but I want to take it back over to the senior forum because I got a chance to talk to a majority of these candidates. And all of them so gracious with their time, so willing to open up and to answer some of these questions that I had. And I really appreciated that. And it was really a good eye opener. And not only being at the senior forum, I had the opportunity to sit down, and I think Nutmeg covered a debate, the Chamber of Commerce debate.
Right.
And so I'm still getting it all together here. And another awesome debate there, I tell you, was really, really good. If you have a chance, you may want to check that video out as well. But getting a fresh insight as to what's going on. Bristol's a beautiful city. There's beautiful establishments. There's beautiful people. It is a beautiful culture. And if we can, as residents of Bristol, we can elevate that to the best of our abilities. That's what we need to be doing. Eliminating negativity, eliminating some of those barriers that come between us, even with politics. You can be a politician. You don't have to be a bad person. You can be for one party or the other, but you can still be gracious to the other side. Okay, at the end of the day, we are all human beings. And I saw a lot of that during this election season, and you saw some other stuff. But I choose to see the positive rather than the negative. So as we continue our coverage here, do we have someone out in the field ready to go? Awesome. So we just got word we have Lucas. Not sure where Lucas is at, but we're going to toss things over to Lucas, who has a report. Do we know where Lucas is at? Is he at Mountain View?
Mountain View.
Lucas is at Mountain View. Lucas, what do you have going on out there?
Right. Hello again, everyone. I'm reporting live from Mountain View School. I have two workers from outside right now with me. So first off,
Hi.
Hold on. First off, we have, would you like to introduce yourself?
Melina Floyd.
Melina Floyd, nice to meet you.
Hi.
How has your day been so far out here? What has working out here been like?
It's been cold. It was a little windy earlier today. I think the weather is our biggest, factor in all of this. But it's been pretty good. I have no complaints. People have been nice. There have been a couple of folks who have been very vocal about who they're supporting, but most people are just very excited to get out there and cast their vote.
And what's again, going more into that, what's the attitude of people who've been voting for again, either again?
Oh, yeah, I think the attitude has been generally excited. People are just excited to make their voice heard, have possible change in leadership, and so I am getting a lot of good vibes from people out here, and nobody has been everybody's been amazingly kind. I've gotten people offering to get me coffee, offering to give me jackets, offering to run inside and grab me water and things that I can't do as a poll greeter. So I find it a very welcoming community out here for people excited to vote.
And again, on this last note, as the evening begins to wrap up, as the polls begin to close, what's one final thing you would have to say again to people?
Well, personally, I have been
How you doing?
supporting
Thanks for coming
Alan
out.
Zaposasu and the Democrats for the last several months, and we've all been working hard. No matter what side we're on, we've been all working very hard, and so we appreciate your support and your vote, and we hope that there are good things to come for the future.
All right. Well, thank you so much. And on this note, we are going to switch now. In front of me, I have another poll worker. Can you just please introduce yourself?
How you doing? My name is Justin St. John.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, sir.
Yep. What has the day been like for you, since you started again?
Overall, it's been positive. People have positive feedback. Everybody's been respectful, minus the weather. This is the first year I've seen this. I've always been a voter. First year I've seen this side of it, but overall, big turnout in my opinion. From what I saw, everybody's respectful.
Have people come up to you and talk with you about again the candidacy, some of the issues that they're more concerned about as well?
No, I'm just here trying to represent this team. I mean, I'm not running, so in my mind I have no say. Everybody comes here with a predetermined notion of who they're going to vote for, and I'm not here to say vote for this person, vote for that person. I'm here to just welcome people and make them feel open,
And I also do want to ask you, as the polls begin to close, as the night begins to wrap up, what's something that you take away from today?
Not really sure. I just have one statement to make. You see all those people on the signs over there. You see them too standing over here. You see these names along with many more that are not here. I just want to say thank you to all the candidates for having the intestinal fortitude to try and get their message across to people, being brave enough to put themselves out there rather than sit behind a computer and be like, this person, these people are all vulnerable. They put themselves out there for people to see them fail or succeed. And for that, I want to say thank you.
Well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course. And again, signing off, this is Lucas Emerson for the Bristol Edition.
Okay, Lucas, that's great. Thanks so much. I think one thing that we picked up, especially talking to some of the poll workers, is this positive attitude towards voting and towards the candidates. It's true. Candidates do take things to the next level. They are vulnerable, and you have to respect them to the utmost degree for what they do, what they attempt to do. And also, there's also the whole idea that there are winners and losers. I just think that they should all be commended. And I think that that report that Lucas just made kind of underscores the general feeling among voters about this enterprise that we have, our democracy. So we're going to go over now to Alexa. Alexa is at Southside School. Alexa, how are you doing out there?
Hi, everyone. I'm doing great. I'm here at Southside, and I'm here with Chris, who has agreed to an interview. Let me just shower. Say hello.
everyone.
Hi. So, Chris, what were some things that you considered when voting today?
I think the big issues for me were our taxes as a homeowner here in Bristol, and knowing that, on my very modest condo, my taxes have gone up about $800 over the last few years. That was one big issue. The school district and really wanting to see an improvement in the way things are funded. I don't have kids, but I still feel like I have a skin in this game. I think that this is about our whole community, whether you have children in the district or not. And so that was another issue that was really, really important. And really wanting to see a strong group of leaders come together. I think that we've been lacking in the last few years.
Yeah.
And I really want to see that back again. So that was important.
Yeah, for sure. And how would you kind of describe the voter energy tonight, having seen a couple of them come in and out?
I think it's strong. I was here this morning early too. Turnout early this morning was really high. I was surprised when I got here at 6 a.m. how many people were here,
Awesome. Yeah.
and the same thing tonight. And it's felt really positive. It's really encouraging. So fingers crossed.
Yes. And final question, is there anything in particular on your mind on how you feel about your vote tonight?
I feel good. I am so proud to have voted for my neighbors and friends and people that I know here in town. I think as a Democrat, we've had just an amazing team and they've run a really great campaign. I'm proud of them. I'm proud to be a Bristol resident. I'm hoping in a few hours I'm even more proud. So yeah, I feel good.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Of course. And this is Alexa Furness reporting from West Bristol Schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexa, for that report there on this cold night. Circling back to what we just heard, having the respect for those who are putting themselves in a vulnerable position, that's absolutely right. A little bit of what we were talking about of having respect for one another, even through this political process. It's not a hard thing to do. Being kind is free. It doesn't cost anything. So we really appreciate that. And we appreciate everybody giving their time to the Bristol edition to say a few words. Now, if you're anything like me, or if you just moved to the area and you're new to Bristol, and you're still learning the districts, what's District 1, what's District 2, what's District 3? We have a map here. If you can see behind me, you can't see behind me, you can see behind Dave. We'll pop it up full screen in just a bit. But this map will illustrate District 1, 2, and 3. And I'm not the one to do so because I'm the new guy here. Dave, you want to give the voters and the viewers at home an illustration of where the districts lie?
Sure. I think that this map is available. It's online and at the registrar's office, I believe. And it just gives us an idea of what people are thinking or talking about in other places. Lots of times we don't think about what these boundaries are like for us where we live. But we have a national discussion now about gerrymandering and what happens. And this is an example of what happens in Connecticut, and this is what happens with how we divide up our different districts, for our municipal elections, for our statewide elections. And you can see that District 1 is made up of this area over here. And here are your polling areas. You've got Northeast School. You've got over here, which Edgewood, the Pre-K Academy, which this year is in disrepair, and so that we are voting over at Faith Lutheran Church. And then we have Mountain View School. So generally one contiguous kind of chunk of the city, and you would think that the other parts of the city would match that. But then you jump over to 2, again, contiguous. And you've got your Chippens Hill Middle School, you've got West Bristol, and then you have Southside School. Again, contiguous, looks pretty good. You can't really go by the actual geography there because these areas are fairly evenly distributed when it comes to population. And as I said earlier, you've got a different situation with District Council 3. You've got Green Hill School over here, and you've got East Bristol, and then you have more of Central Bristol with Eastern High School and then BAMES, or Bristol Arts and Innovation Magnet School. You might say, why does it look that way? You can ask, people have answers. Basically, this is the result of a conversation that's been going on for a long time. And if there are any big changes, typically it has to do with the population, or I would say it has to do with the population. And it's just a matter of moving a couple of streets. And our state redistricting took place recently, and there are sections of Bristol now, and you should check this for next year's elections to see where you are, whether you fall in one district or another. So that's just an idea of what our map looks like, and it might make sense once in a while to just check it and see, when you're talking about gerrymandering on a national level, what it looks like, what our own districting and redistricting looks like. So Aaron, I hope I wasn't too confusing when I made that little explanation there, but I think this is pretty amazing, especially when you look at, which you have central Bristol and then you have East Bristol.
No, that's really good. Now I do have one question, because this is a question that I had, and I know several people around Bristol have. You can see this graphic. Can we pull up this graphic full screen? Do we have the ability to do that? So here's the question as that gets situated. So here we have Edgewood School. The folks that were voting in District 1 at Edgewood School, they are no longer voting at Edgewood School. They are voting at Faith Lutheran Church. Can you explain what is that? A change? Is that permanent? Is that temporary? What's going on with that?
Well, I'm only guessing. I'm only speculating. I think that's just temporary right now.
It's just temporary.
Yeah, I think part of it is, the other thing is too. It's I don't think it maybe in New England is unusual to vote in a church, but I think it is unusual to vote in the church when you have separation of church and state. So to send people to a church to vote, it kind of sends like a mixed message, but it's not implying anything wrong with Faith Lutheran or anything like that. I'm just thinking this is a temporary situation, and that they will be back to Edgewood or another public facility.
Mm-hmm. So here on the map, we can see we have District 1 here. And in the southern to the central corridor here, we have City Council of East Bristol here to central. Okay. Yeah. Now, this looks like a lot of ground for District 3. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, because this is a little Q&A here between me and you, as I'm still learning. That's primarily because there's less houses per area here, so that's why it's a bigger area for the voters.
Yeah, the Federal Hill area. This is where we are right now. Mm-hmm. We are in this vicinity. We're up in here.
Okay.
All right. So this is an older part of Bristol. Mm-hmm. This is relatively new part of Bristol. And when you have new developments, there was a golf course over here, for instance, and now it is a development.
Okay.
You've got a couple of new developments going in. So this is more thinly populated than the heavily populated Federal Hill.
Okay.
You'll see the same thing over here in the west part of Bristol. It's got less. There are fewer streets, fewer populated areas over here. So that's kind of how it is. So it started here, and then Bristol has kind of spiraled out like this into these different areas. Mm-hmm. This is probably, of the developments, this is the northeast section of town, of the city. Probably it's almost as if we have a very urban area here and a more suburban area over here.
Okay.
And the developments.
A great illustration there. Thank you for having this map and kind of educating me more and some of the viewers out there who may not know, who may be, because there's this thing I've been hearing going from forum, different debates, that more 20 to 30-year-olds. I don't know how accurate that information is. This is just from an outside perspective, listening to some of the candidates are saying, that a lot of 20 to 30-year-olds are moving into Bristol. Now, I did see that it was mentioned that the elderly population still take over the majority of the population.
Yeah, right. So I think what you see when you hear those figures is that the youthful population is smaller than the other ones, but it may be showing a little growth, which is a positive thing. I'm not saying that, but you've got to keep things in perspective about what Bristol and how it looks. And it does provide a real opportunity, however, to have young people like you,
Yeah.
come into town.
So we're going to take a brief break shortly, but before we do so, it's officially past 8 o'clock, which means the polls are now closed. Correct?
Correct.
The polls have closed. We thank everyone out there in the city of Bristol who have taken their time to go out and vote all across the city. One more time before we take a brief break and come back and get down to the nitty gritty, and we start trying to hopefully we start hearing some information number wise, is a reminder to who the candidates were. So we can pop them on screen. We're going to start here with District 1. So let's just give a reminder to the viewers out there, the candidates that were running for election, now that the voting is closed. So we are going to start with the Democratic candidates for the Board of Assessment Appeals. If I butcher these names, I am so sorry. I'm using the excuse that I'm still learning and I'm sticking to it.
Yeah, in Texas, they have a different accent than what you're hearing.
Anne Marie Herring and Lisa Salgado Circo.
That was terrific.
Okay. All right. And those are the Democratic candidates for the Board of Assessment Appeals. And then we move over to the Republican candidates for the Board of Assessment Appeals.
I'll jump in.
Yeah, please do.
All right. I'll say so. The Republican candidates for the Board of Appeals, Greg Klimek and Wesley Hoyt.
Awesome. Those are the Republican and Democrat candidates for the Board of Assessment Appeals. Let's toss it over to City Council candidates for City Council District 1. We can pop that up on the screen. City Council District 1. We don't have that. All right. So for City Council District 1.
Oh, there they are right there.
We have Greg Hahn and Dwayne Wynn Jr. for the Democrats. The Democrats for District 2, we have Peter Kelly and Jennifer Tagariello. Hope I didn't butcher that name. Jennifer Tagariello. For District 3, we have Mark DeCal and Steve Seymour. Again, Greg Hahn, Dwayne Wynn Jr. for District 1, Peter Kelly and Jennifer Tagariello for District 2, and District 3 is Mark DeCal and Steve Seymour. And on the Republican side, running for City Council, Dave?
Yeah, we've got District 1, Jennifer St. John and Eric Rosengren. For District 2, Susan Tyler and Jacqueline Olson. And District 3, Cheryl Tebow and Steve Cohen. And that was for the Republican candidates for City Council in District, for City Council, period.
Awesome. And then we go over to the Board of Education. I keep wanting to say a department. I don't know why. The department just keeps flying off my tongue.
I wonder where that comes from.
But this is the Board of Education. On the Democrat side, we have Jill Fitzsimons Beulah, Cara Ledger, and Barbara Tedesco. Those are the Democrat candidates for the Board of Education. And on to the Republican side.
For the Republican candidates for Board of Education, we have Jennifer Van Gorder, Diane Salmaragi, and Jonathan Leskowitz.
I wouldn't attempt. I wouldn't attempted that name. I tell you, it's too hard for me on that.
Well, I just noticed we have a misspelling on Jonathan's name.
Oh no, I'll take responsibility for that one. Okay, so those are your candidates for Board of Education, and finally, Bristol City Mayor. The two candidates running are.
Okay, we have for Democrat Ellen Zappo-Sasu and Republican Jeffrey Caggiano.
Now, this has been, I'm sure this has been a long, hard-working election cycle for all the candidates. We really appreciate you taking the time out of your lives, stepping up. As I believe one person said in the interviews that we heard just a little earlier out at the polls, that a lot of people can be keyboard warriors, to paraphrase. Right. A lot of people have an opinion on Facebook, on social media, but ladies and gentlemen, these folks are putting their names and their reputations and their lives in front for everyone to see, for everyone to judge. And But at the end of the day, they're trying to do what's best for the city of Bristol, and that's the ultimate goal. Trying to do what's best for the city, and it's the responsibility of the people of Bristol to decide which of these candidates that they deem fit to hold to deal with those responsibilities.
That's right.
So-
It appears, Aaron, it appears that today, from our reports, anecdotally, we won't know what the actual numbers are until we get the totals. But people showed up in greater numbers than they have for these off-year elections. Presidential
That's
elections
incredible.
have a tendency to bring in more voting than these municipal elections. It still is kind of a mystery to me,
Mhm.
that happens. And it's again, I think that it's hard to simply come up with 30% of voters in the United States voting rather than
And
more
like
than 50% of majority of people getting out and voting. So
like
that's
Carmen
something
said
we
in
have
the
to
chat, a
think
lot
about.
of people have opinions, but they don't vote.
Yeah, they don't vote. Yeah.
They don't vote.
So we do admire the ones who got out tonight. We appreciate it very much. And so we will have, I guess, sometime soon, we're hoping some figures to share with you about this evening's races.
Yeah, so stick with us here on the live stream of the 2025 election coverage here. We are going to take a brief pause just for a few minutes, maybe grab a glass of water or that BLT pizza, just for a few minutes. And then we're going to come back on and hopefully we start seeing some numbers trickle in. We thank all the viewers who are out there watching us, bearing with us. It's our first live stream. We appreciate you bearing with us with any technical difficulties that we may have. But this is important. This is important for the city. It's important for the citizens to have a place to go to get some information. I know me during election season and cycles, I'm on my phone. I'm constantly updating. Do we have any new news? Do we have any information? So we get some interviews in there. We get to talk to some of the candidates. We get to talk to some of the voters. I think that's incredible. And we'll try to continue to do the best job we possibly can do for everyone who is watching out there this election cycle. So we'll be right back in just a bit for the Bristol edition. I'm Aaron, and this is Dave Portier. We'll see you in a few.
See ya.
Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Bristol Edition 2025 coverage, election coverage. We're going to go right over to the DTC building, the DTC. Lucas is live at the DTC. Lucas, you have some information for us?
Hello, yes, I do. Currently, as again the votes come in, and around this screen that we have right over here. If you can't see, this is where the results are coming in. Currently, as it looks for mayoral candidates, Jeffrey Caggiano is currently in the lead for the mayoral race. And then after that, just as I can look right over here, we have a few other candidates who are also funneling in right now.
You hear me? Lucas, can you tell me what district that those results for Caggiano came in?
Caggiano currently from District 1 minus Mountain View, all of District 2, and then we have just one from District 3 as of right now.
Do you know what the difference is?
Difference is, sorry, I'm just trying to look at this screen right over here. Currently, for several of them, it looks like, pardon me for a second. Looks like right over here we have about 100, 200 vote difference for the current ones that have come in from District 1. Then for District 2, this is roughly about, again, 100, 200 vote difference. And then currently with District 3, it's pretty close. Sapo Sasu has 344 versus 360 for the first from District 3.
Great, thanks.
Yes, of course.
Thank you for that information, Lucas.
Of course.
So, Dave, if you can give some of the voters, so the voting polls closed. What's next? Everyone. So we see Lucas and the people at the DTC. They're rallying around that television screen or that view. What's going on next in the process?
Well, there are two separate processes. Both of the parties have runners who will get information from the polls. The moderators at the polls will be given information, and they will bring those numbers, unofficial numbers, back to the party headquarters. Moderators from each of the polls who work with the registrar's office will take their figures and they will bring them down to the registrar of voters, which does their accounting. So you've got this match right here where you've got people bringing in numbers, and the different parties and the headquarters are tabulating that information as other tabulations are going in over at the registrar of voters office. For instance, the registrar of voters, they have to wait to actually tabulate absentee ballots. So they may be doing that now, and that may be the next thing they come in, that will have a total for absentee ballots for us. They will be totaling up their early voting numbers, and then they will be doing the actual districts. So it's an involved process. The registrar's of voters process is very particular, as it should be, and they need to dot all their I's and cross all their T's. But again, this information is coming in through couriers for the different parties, as well as going from official moderators over to the registrar of voters. And the registrar of voters is, when they have their information, they will share it with us. And that will be available, I would think, as soon as they have those numbers available. And they will be posting those numbers too. I think they do their unofficial tally on their website, which we should probably kind of log into.
Yeah. So as of right now, I know. Listen, if you're watching and you're wondering how's my candidate doing, how are the candidates that I voted for doing, stay tuned. I know everyone's in anticipation. It's been a long election cycle. I know, everyone's kind of nervous to seeing where the votes are going to lie, but just wait a little bit. And we'll try to get you that information as soon as possible. We're going to try to get Lucas to send us some figures here as soon as we can. We're going to get onto that site to see what other information we have until then. So you heard the process that Dave explained. It's going to take some time for those votes to come in. It's going to take some time for them to be handed from the moderators out to their respective areas. So, let's just be on the edge of our seat waiting, and we get some of those numbers come in.
We do have to mention one of our team tonight that's been out there who is performing an important task.
We want to say thank you to Jack. Jack has been a pivotal member of our team here at the Bristol Edition. He's out there with the reporters, who's out there with the reporters at the polls, holding cameras, doing what he needs to do, running errands, taking care of a lot of things that we can't take care of being here in our makeshift studio. So thank you so much for all the hard work you did for us here, Jack. We really, really do appreciate that. Absolutely. And sorry to hear about your dog getting out of the race. So I see here. Looks like we have some projected numbers.
Oh, we have, yeah.
What
numbers.
is this here?
I mean, these are unofficial numbers, but I think they're pretty. You can pretty much, unless it gets very tight, you can pretty much go by what we have here. It looks like from this image from Lucas at Democratic headquarters, we've got results in from Faith Lutheran, Northeast, Chippens, West Bristol, South Side, Bristol Eastern, And we're still waiting on Green Hills, Baines, Mountain View, and it looks like right now for mayoral candidate, the figures are for Ellen Zappo Sassu's 3,228, and for Jeffrey Caggiano, 3,942. And the same.
So we do have an image up for those viewers watching. If you want a full screen, your cell phones or devices or laptops that you're on, I'm sorry that we don't have a more clear picture at this time, but as of right now, this is the picture that we are getting, courtesy of Lucas, who's out at the DTC. These are the numbers that we have. So just to give an explanation as I go with the voters who may not know what they're looking at, such as I don't. So I see here for mayor, we see Faith. That's Faith Lutheran Church. Is that the votes from Faith Lutheran Church?
Faith Lutheran Church, yeah.
So we have 529 for Ellen Zappo Sassu and 644 for Jeffrey Caggiano. And I'm guessing this is Northeastern? NE12?
Yep.
For Northeastern, we have 660 votes for Ellen Zappo Sassu and 845 for Jeffrey Caggiano. The votes coming in from Chippens have Ellen Zappo Sassu at 363 votes and 551 for Jeffrey Caggiano.
No, I don't know if we have this right here.
West Bristol.
West Bristol, yep.
We have 725 votes for Ellen and 996 votes for Jeffrey Caggiano.
Right, and I don't know if I'm reading these correctly, but I just lost the graphic. Oh, here it is.
Is this South Side?
Let's see over here.
We have 607 votes for Ellen Zappo Sassu and 546 votes for Jeffrey Caggiano. So Ellen currently taking the vote count there. Looks Bristol Eastern High School, 300, very close race there. 344 votes for Ellen Zappo Sassu and 360 votes for Jeffrey Caggiano. So in the mayoral race, where it stands as of right now, these are not updated figures. I want to make that clear. These are not official numbers. These are preliminary numbers we have here. This is minus Mountain View. We don't have the numbers for Mountain View and for Baines. We have 3,228 votes for Ellen Zappo Sassu and 3,942 votes for Jeffrey Caggiano. That is 3,228 for Ellen Zappo Sassu, and for Jeffrey Caggiano, we have 3,942. We move things over to Treasurer. John Lodovico currently has a total vote count with, again, preliminary votes of 3,369 votes, and that's in opposition to Rob Parenti, who has a total of 3,713 votes, currently taking the lead in the race for treasurer. We move over to City Council District 1. D. Wayne Wynn Jr. has a total of 1,131 votes. Greg Hahn has 1,229 votes. Eric Rosengren, a total of 1,469 votes. And Jennifer St. John with 1,413 votes. And that is District 1. We'll move it over to District 2, City Council District 2. Total vote count as of right now is Jennifer Tagariello with 1,659 votes. Peter Kelly, 1,715 votes. Susan Tyler, 2,083 votes. Jacqueline Olson, 1,956 votes. So we're going to toss things over to Alexa, who is live at the RTC. Alexa, how are you doing tonight? I know it's a long night. Give us some insight. What's going on at the RTC right now?
Hi, everyone. I'm Alexa Furness. I'm reporting live from the Republican headquarters right now. The energy was just off the walls. Everyone was talking, very excited. They are now currently looking at the numbers, going over kind of what's happening. But as you can see, tons of people here crowded around, looking at the screen. But the energy is high. The people seem excited, and seems like it's going to be a very exciting night.
Listen, we have some updated numbers here. We'll get back to Alexa here shortly. Dave, we do have some updated numbers here from that.
Alexa, if you could keep us up to date on those numbers and those figures on the Republican board, that would be great.
Okay, so currently we have some new numbers. So we're gonna go back. We're gonna try to get this as quickly as possible. And unofficial, still a couple of locations, votes have not been fully tallied. But as of right now, this is not including Mountain View. Ellen Zopo Sasu has a total of 4,390 votes. Jeffrey Caggiano has a total of 5,010 votes, and that's in the race for mayor. Treasurer John Lodovico, 4,530 votes. Rob Parenti, 4,740 votes. City Council District 1, Dwayne Wynn Jr., 1,131. Greg Hahn, 1,229. Eric Rosengren, 1,469. Jennifer St. John, 1,413. City Council District 2, Jennifer Tagriello, 1,659. Peter Kelly, 1,715. Susan Tyler, 2,083. Jacqueline Olson, 1,956. City Council District 3, Stephen Seymour, 1,360. Mark DeCal, 1,533. Cheryl Tebow,
yeah.
1,508. Stephen J. Cohn, 1,327. So as of right now in District 3, we have Mark DeCal and Cheryl Tebow currently in the lead. We move over to the Board of Education's. Jill Fitzsimon Beulah, 4,236 votes. Barbara Tedesco, 4,406 votes. Kara Ledger, 4,309 votes. Jennifer Van Gorder, looks like 4,855. Jonathan has a total of 4,812. And Diane has a total of 4,670. For the Board of Assessment Appeals, Anna Marie Herring, 4,285. Liza Salgado Circle, 4,215 votes. Greg Klinek here has a total of 4,860, it looks like. Did you see that right? 880?
Yep.
And Wesley Holt, 4,777. So currently with our totals, with our numbers that we have now, again, these are preliminary numbers. There's still more votes to come in. And for the race for mayor, currently Jeff Caggiano takes the lead. Rob Parenti has the lead for treasurer. Eric Rosengren and Jennifer St. John has the lead in District 1. In District 2, it looks like Susan Tyler and Jackie Olson. In District 3, Mark DeCal, Cheryl Tebow. Board of Education, Jennifer Van Gorder, Jonathan F. and Diane have the votes. And in Board of Assessment Appeals, we have Wesley Holt and Greg looking at taking the lead.
If these numbers hold up, and I don't have any idea what numbers are remaining, it looks like it's a Republican sweep except for Mark DeCal.
So as where things stand right now, it looks like a Republican sweep so far, with the exception of Mark DeCal in District 3.
Right.
Now we're trying to get the rest of the numbers. we're trying to get them updated as soon as possible. So bear with us as we try to continue to get the rest of that information.
We're still waiting for results in 6 categories. So right now, including absentee ballots, and I think we already have in here early voting. No, early voting. We're still waiting for early voting.
So still a lot of votes out there, folks.
There are a lot of votes out there.
So just hold on tight. We'll try to get as much as we can so far, but we do have to provide you the information as we get them and where we stand at this point. So that's where we're at so far. We hope to give you some live coverage out at the DTC and at the RTC. Do we have any more footage out there?
The only thing is we're waiting for results from Mountain View School, Bristol Eastern High School, and we're waiting for the absentee ballots and the early voting and election day registration to come in.
Yeah, like we said, there's still a lot of votes out there, folks. We're just reporting on the numbers that we currently have. Okay, we're not trying to say, oh, this is what it's looking like, this is what it's not. This is just the numbers as we get them. Tons of votes still out there, so just hold on tight. Okay. Dave is working hard trying to give you the latest information here. We're going to stay on live until as long as we can till we get more of these numbers. So stay tuned. Bear with us as we continue to do our work here and try to give you as much possible as it arrives.
Okay. I think Lucas is ready for another report.
Okay. In just a minute, we're going to head over to Lucas, who's at the
DTC,
he's at the DTC. Now, it might be a little noisy out there, but let's see if we can get some more information or the vibes. What is it feeling like? What are you hearing out there at the DTC, Lucas?
Hello, everyone. So I'm currently at the Democratic Town headquarters right now. Again, as the results are coming in, people are just kind of like gathered around it right now. As you can see right here, a lot of people are just kind of like sitting through and trying to get a sense as to what it is. They're still waiting, I believe, on Mountain View to come in. Or wait, no, I think it has come on through. Let me just pull it up right over here. Don't know if you can see that quite close, but the results from Mountain View just did get filtered in for the mayoral candidates and for treasurer candidates. Currently, it looks like Jeffrey Caggiano is in the lead with 5,915 total votes over Ellen Zaposasu, who has 5,368 votes.
That's the total.
Is that's a total?
That is the total for right now, yes, as it stands. And they're still waiting for results from City Hall. That, of course, would be the absentee early votes. Those putting those in with the, so he's doing them by districts right now, so those are getting filtered in.
So correct me if I'm wrong here. So as of right now, and this is not including absentee and early voting numbers, we have Jeffrey Caggiano in the lead with 5,915 votes, as opposed to Ellen Zaposasu's 5,368 votes.
Correct. That's where it sits as of right now.
Thank you, Lucas. We really appreciate you giving us an update on that. Dave, so numbers are trickling in. You hear the numbers from Mountain View. Early thoughts?
I don't know. It looks like Zaposasu is kind of closing the gap right there. I do know early voting is 3,100.
Yeah. That's super close here. Like I said, early voting and absentee ballot. There's a lot of votes out there with early and absentee
Well,
ballots.
there are 601 absentee ballots that are out there. They need to be counted. Actually, no, 500 and some odd of a total of 601 ballots had been returned this morning. They had until 8 p.m. to get those ballots in. So there could be as many as 600 absentee ballots.
Wow, that's a great number.
That's
Which would
the
close the
number.
gap.
Right, that's a close the gap. And there's also, with early voting, there are 3,100 votes out there. So,
So from
they're
those
still
preliminary
ready.
numbers to the update that we just received,
Right,
Ellen is closing in on that gap pretty fast.
Yeah, and I have no, let's see, I could say knowledge of how these things have gone in the past for either Democrats or Republicans. There's just a lot of numbers out there. And so who we can't say early voting. We don't have that much experience with early voting to know who actually goes out and votes early. So, like I'm saying, there's almost 3,800 votes out there, or 3,600 votes out there, and it's a 600 vote gap right now.
Maybe we could put some of those numbers, Angelo, there at the bottom line for viewers to continue to see, at least for the mayoral race where we're currently at. And I have them here if you need. We have here. I'll hand them over to you so that we can let the viewers see them here. And we're doing this as we go along, folks. Ellen closing in on that gap for the race for mayor soon after we receive those votes from Mountain View. So like Dave said, plenty of votes still to come, absentee ballots, early voting. So as a lot may have thought, it's going to be a tight one. Okay, so stay tuned. We continue to get these numbers.
Okay, I wonder how's Alexa doing over there? Anybody have any information from Alexa?
Okay. We'll try to get a report. I know signal sometimes in some of the areas that we're in are a little low. So as soon as we get Alexa, we'll make sure to get the viewers a live look of where Alexa is at the RTC building. We do have some photos here, I believe, of some of the crowds over at the RTC building. We'll pop them up here shortly. It looks like they are also, just like the DTC, people at the DTC building, they are also huddled around that screen.
Yes.
I
think it is significant though to look at the two different boards. The DTC are scratching their numbers on what it looks like, a blackboard with paper, and the RTC has an electronic billboard that they use. So I think it'll be interesting to see that picture that they have up there. Is that
so? We have it here on the screen. So this is the one you're talking about.
That's at the RTC.
Okay, that's at the RTC. So
and what's interesting about the RTC too is they have, because this is a computerized version, they have on there the results of the 2023 results election between Jeffrey Caggiano and Scott Rosado.
It's interesting.
And they have those numbers alongside what they have up for Caggiano and Zapo Sasu. It's just the technological difference is remarkable in the sense of it's worth a comment or two. I think can we get up a picture of the Democrats?
Let's see if we have. I'm not sure if we have.
I think Lucas sent one over.
Okay, let's see if we can
check over Lucas, and he has some over there. Oh, well, maybe I was maybe it's more of a. Can you see? Is it projected on a screen, or is that that's? maybe what it is the screen is taped up on the wall, but it's still a projection. So what are people commenting on right now?
Someone's asking about the penguin.
Someone wants to know about the penguin. So the penguin is a humidifier. It's one of our favorite little toys here, if you consider a humidifier a toy. So yes, the penguin has been with us for a while, and it still functions, and it's a terrific little machine.
So it looks like we're ready. Do we have Alexa ready?
Let's see. What's it?
Or Lucas? No? Okay.
Let's see. We're just asking questions here. I do know that throughout the city, you can expect certain areas to lean one direction or the other.
Okay.
So, but my knowledge is not as complete as I would like it to be.
Mm-hmm.
So, typically, say a West Bristol would lean more toward Republicans, especially more recently.
Mm-hmm. And West Bristol, and just put Dave full screen here.
And West Bristol is, right over here. Let's see. West Bristol's right here. It's
So
up in the Chippens Hill area of the city.
So you're saying this area here has a tendency to lean more towards the Republican?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. This area here is more toward the Democrats. That would be in the Federal Hill area.
And that's District 3.
Right. And this had been a strong Democratic stronghold until 4 years ago, when of course the entire slate, the entire election went to the Republicans from being all Democrat. So it was a tremendous changeover.
Okay.
In the city.
Any knowledge towards the District 1, how they voted in the past?
I can't say that right now. I've probably heard it at different times, but I'm not quite sure. James more Democratic. The issues this year, I mean, it came down to, one of the big issues was taxes and the tax increases. And then there was some contention over, who was the mover and shaker downtown.
So we do have some numbers that are on the screen, but again, those are not confirmed numbers. That's not all the votes. That's just the numbers that we have as of right now. There's still a lot of votes out there. Just want to reiterate, the numbers that you see on the screen it's not the total vote so far. It's just the current numbers that we have as of right now. Do we have Alexa?
Let's see, I think Lucas.
Alexa, you here there with us?
Oh, there you are.
Hello.
Hi, Alexa.
Hi, everybody. Hi. So I'm still here in I was actually right next to Caggiano. I had an interview, but current.
Oh boy, you're cutting in and out.
Everyone is in the final results. It's running very close right now. I had heard that people had suspected Jeffrey to be a lot higher than he is right now, and currently is very close race. So everyone is ready to see the results. People have been cheering when they have been coming out, hearing this lead. Now, people are bringing their dogs, people are eating food, kind of just celebrating and waiting to hear what the results are going to be for tonight.
Okay.
Can we kind of
Thank you so much.
Can we kind of Alexa? Can we kind of see? Can you turn your camera on? Can we kind of see what it's looking like over
Yeah,
there?
of course. Sorry, it's a little loud here. But here tonight, tons of people showed up. Yeah, everyone seems high in good spirits. Just waiting for these results to come out.
Okay, thank you, Alexa. We really appreciate you giving us that update. Technical difficulties there.
Couldn't hear
you. Some technical issues with the
Yes.
the location, but that's okay. At least we got a little glimpse as to what's going on there. Signal seems to be a little low, but at least we get a glimpse of what, and they're doing exactly what they're doing at the DTC. Everyone's just waiting around, looking at the screen, waiting for those updates.
Right. Not much more you can do other call the numbers.
Yeah, I mean, I can't imagine the feeling right now for all the candidates out there just waiting and waiting to get some of those finals numbers in. Again, a big thank you to all the candidates who've been running for all the races in this election cycle. Thank you for putting yourself out there. Thank you for willing to make a difference here in the city of Bristol. I think that whether you're a Republican or Democrat, I think we can all come together to say that we appreciate you putting yourself out there and wanting to make a difference for here for the city of Bristol.
We just got a note from Lucas saying that at the DCC they made some kind of announcement.
Okay, can we go out to Lucas? Okay, so as we try to get that update, so we do know that there's been an announcement made at the DTC. We don't know what that announcement is so far. Let's just hold on, see if we can get our reporter Lucas, who's out there at the moment, to give us some more information on that.
I think the DTC announcement is that the early voting for Mountain View and Green Hills have come in, and it looks like the Democrats have done very well. I don't have any specific numbers, but it looks like the Democrats have done well with absentee voting in those two areas.
So we have the announcement. We don't have the full announcement, but we do have some information. We're going to pop it up on the screen here down below, just to keep everyone updated so far. We don't know if this is the full official announcement or what exactly, but we know that it's something to do with this here.
The absentee ballots.
The absentee ballots. So this is for the absentee
ballots have come in for Green Hills, and I think did I say Mountain View? And it looks like the Dems have done well there, but I don't have any more specific information.
Okay.
Oh, and looks like Lucas's phone is dying.
So we do have a new graphic, updated numbers. Are these updated?
That's difficult to see what's going on.
Yeah. So bear with us, folks. We're still getting, still trying to get more information, just as you are. We're still trying to put everything together and give you the latest as we have it. So just please bear with us as we continue to try to get anything else that we possibly have by the minute.
Oh, it looks like Lucas reported that it's unrelated, but they're announcing that Dems won in Plymouth and in Newington.
Okay, well, you heard that, folks. The Democrats have reported that they've won in Plymouth and Newington. So some news out of the DTC building.
What do you have there? That's from
So
the
it seems that we
Republican?
have some footage from the RTC.
Mm-hmm.
See if we can put these up here. So again, breaking news as of right now, the Democratic Party has reported that they have won in Plymouth and Newington. So that's the newest information that we have at this time. We do have some videos that came in courtesy of Alexa, who was at the RTC building. We're going to try to get that to you here shortly.
What do we have for comments here?
So that's a good question. So where exactly is Plymouth? What?
Plymouth is Terryville. Terryville is a village. Plymouth, the way Forestville is a village of Bristol.
Okay.
So Plymouth is the city.
So it's still part of Bristol. The votes that
It's not part of Bristol.
it's not part of Bristol. It's
not part of
separate.
Bristol. It's
Okay.
separate. Yeah, it's
It's
a separate.
separate.
It's the next town over.
Okay. Okay.
And Newington is another town. It's not
Okay.
a part of.
Still learning my town. Still
Yeah.
learning my area.
These are
so
districts. That,
these are questions to ask. You
Yeah,
know,
yeah.
as I
I mean, it's interesting to see that Plymouth actually went for Democrats because the trend there has been mostly more Republican.
Is that so?
Yeah, I mean, I would even consider it a Republican stronghold. So the fact that the Democrats won in Plymouth is something to be noted.
Good to know there. Okay, let's see. We want to recap the numbers that we do have.
Sure.
Seniors. So here's a question, Dave. So would the results currently at the DTC building that they have projected on their screens, and the results that the RTC building that they have on their screen, they should match, correct?
They should,
They should.
depending on when their people get there.
Okay.
And if they are, and if, yeah, they should match. But again, it's when the people come in.
So what are the people in the RTC building trying to do? When I see the graphic up of
I like their graphic very much.
that they have the 2023 result,
Yes, that was the last election.
and then they have the 2025 result,
have
and
the
it's a side by side.
And they're side by side to show them-
Caggiano and
yes.
Rosado, the 2023 results,
Right.
and 2025 Caggiano and Zopo Sasu results.
Right. So you look at back at 2023, and you see that's a resounding victory for Caggiano. I mean, the only area that I think Rosado beat him in was absentee ballots. He lost every district.
So the numbers that the Republicans have up currently have Caggiano at 5,799 votes for Caggiano, and 5,185 votes for Zopo Sasu.
Right. And the numbers from that we also just reported from, I think it was from Lucas, were different.
Correct. The numbers
it
that
was 5,900 to 5,300.
that is correct. So that's why I ask: should they match? I mean, like you said,
They
it is
won't match
dependent
because
on.
because their runners are coming in at different times, and then they're adding those numbers up and verifying those numbers as they come in.
Sounds good. So
So,
far, the numbers that we have from the DTC have Ellen Zopo Sasu at 5,368, Jeffrey Caggiano at 5,915, and the Republicans have it at 5,799 for Caggiano and 5,185 for Ellen Zopo Sasu. So, in this process, as they're trying to calculate it, in your experience, how long can this process run? I mean, it's 9 o'clock now. Do you expect things to wrap up here next 30 minutes, an hour? Is it untelling?
Well, I would think that it would. The numbers, well, the chances are that we get as many figures in as possible and get an idea of where the election stands. Whether it is close enough for, I don't know if it's a recall, but a recount, that would have to be established then.
Mm-hmm.
So if it's a situation where it is close enough for a recount, and we have had recounts in the last, 6 or so years. In one race for a council seat in the 3rd district, it came down to 5 votes. And the actual announcement of the winner wasn't until days later. So, yes, this could be over by, what time is it right now? 9, it could be over by 10.
We have some footage that just came in. We're going to pop that up.
95, Caggiano 792.
Crazy.
Motovico 834, Corrente 722. Wind 807, Pond 801, Rosengreen 755, St. John 771, Mula 802, Tedesco 820, Ledger 805, Van Gorder 746, Lukashevitz 745, Diane 726. The last 2 were cut off on this. 95, Caggiano.
So that was an update from the RTC building where they were just announcing the current votes that they had so far out to the crowd. You heard some celebrations, you heard some cheers. just going through the numbers, as I'm sure they're doing as well at the DTC. Everybody just waiting as the numbers come in, announcing them, and hoping to take that victory on both sides.
So what are they waiting for there? They're waiting for Green Hill School. No.
It appears the only thing missing here are absentee early voting. Is that same day registration?
Yes.
So according to the graphic that we have that you're looking now at your screen, the only ballots that are outstanding are the absentee ballots, the early voting ballots, and same day registration ballots.
Right.
And folks, that's currently what we have right now. Like I said, we're going to continue to bring them to you as we have them, but that's what we have as of right now. As we talk about this election cycle, there was a lot of key things brought up. Taxes was a big one. There was a lot of debate over the taxes situation. We were talking about, I know, the Board of Education. We actually have a video that we sat down with the Democratic candidates with the Board of Education.
Mm-hmm.
We actually have that video that we could share with the viewers. We sat down with the Democratic candidates for the Board of Education to just talk to the voters out there, and let's see if we can put that out online. Angelo, I think I have that here. I'll be able to put this up for the viewers.
And I think as we get new information, we'll cut out of that interview.
Yeah. But we just want to play some information, and we'll come back, as you said. So as we get more information, we'll bring them to you. We'll cut out the video if we get any new information. But as of right now, we're going to play the roundtable interview that was done by the Democratic candidates for the Board of Education.
Oh, I just wanted to say right now they are breaking down the early voting by precinct, and they are announcing them individually. So there will be a routine to go through before they actually finish, because they'll be going through each separate precinct. That's over at the DTC. I don't know how they are doing that over at the RTC.
Okay, let's repeat that one more time.
So it looks like the early voting totals figures are coming in right now. They're coming in by precinct, and they're announcing them individually.
Okay.
So each district is broken up into precincts. So it's going to be a long process.
Okay. Sit tight, folks.
Yeah, sit tight.
So we'll play this video. We'll try to get much information. And Mickey, can we recap where things stand right now? Let us finalize some information as what we have currently. We'll let this video play, and we'll be right back here with you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Jill Fitzsimons-Bila, and I'm running for re-election because I deeply care about Bristol. I feel that every child should have the opportunities that they deserve.
I'm frozen here.
We're all frozen?
Are you up?
I think I'm up right here. I'm still up.
Okay.
So folks, it looks like we tried the video and and our screen froze. We're trying to get better images of the counts.
I may have to leave and come back. Mine's frozen.
We have a little technical problem right now. We're trying to resolve that. Aaron is rebooting. We're having trouble from from the headquarters. Also with technology, in the sense that the Wi-Fi is pretty poor from the location Alexa is reporting from, and Lucas is trying to recharge his phone. So just letting you know where we stand with this right now. I don't think it helps to make any predictions. I don't know anymore, except that the early voting totals are now being shared, but they're doing it in a more painstaking kind of way where they are actually offering the numbers by precinct. So that is a more laborious process.
So up on your screen, you are looking at photos that were brought to us thanks to Alexa, who is at the RTC. Here you can see current Mayor Jeffrey Caggiano there in the photo there. Sure, anticipating results like everybody else.
Right, in the yellow cap, right. And
is this a new photo here?
It doesn't look like it's a new
This is a new photo.
This doesn't look like a new one.
The numbers have changed here.
Oh, have they changed?
Yes.
Good.
So
Let's see.
so let's take a look at some of the current numbers, and this is just for the race for mayor.
Yep, this is it. And well, above it is the other races for council and board of education.
Okay, so let's give a quick recap. I will read the easiest one that's on the screen for the viewers, and Dave, if you can help me out here with the city council and board of education and board of assessment appeals votes. So currently, with a total of 5,799 votes, Jeffrey Caggiano. With a total of 5,185 votes stands Ellen Zappo-Sasu.
Right, and it looks like of the votes, Caggiano has almost 53%, and Zappo-Sasu has 47%.
Now, I did get a picture of, like I said, they're different. So I have this photo came in from the Democratic Town Committee, the DTC building, and these numbers are a little different. So according to the numbers that we have here, we have Ellen Zappo-Sasu with 5,973 votes and Jeffrey Caggiano with 6,302. So two completely different sets of numbers here coming from the RTC and the DTC. Now, which one's correct, which is more accurate, which one's more updated at this time, we cannot say for certainty. These are just the numbers that are getting brought to us from our reporters who are live at the DTC and RTC buildings. Okay, so again, to recap, we have 5,973 votes for Ellen Zappo-Sasu and 6,302 votes for Jeffrey Caggiano, and that is courtesy of Lucas, who was at the DTC. And the RTC numbers are a little differently. The RTC has 5,799 votes for Jeffrey Caggiano and a total of 5,185 votes for Ellen Zappo-Sasu. So two completely different sets of numbers. which one's more updated, which is more accurate. We don't know at this time. We're passing along the information that we are getting from our reporters who are at both headquarters, and we appreciate them for running around and trying to get us the latest information there for all of you viewers.
What's significant is the early voting totals, which account for at least 3,000 votes, have not been added to either of the totals for the RTC or the DTC.
And in a close race like this, it's still anybody's ball game, as we say in the sports world. This is a tight race, and any of those votes can lean to either side. So, plenty of room, plenty of time. We still don't have all the votes in to kind of get an understanding of where things are going to go tonight. We do have a report that they are entering numbers at this time. So as soon as they get those numbers situated, we'll try to pop them up. So let's see where. Oh, so it looks like things have changed for, and again, this is the photo that we have from the DTC. So things are a little different here, guys. We have Barbara Tedesco in the lead, which is she's a candidate for the Board of Education.
She's a Democratic candidate for the Board of Education.
5,773 votes. Currently in the lead.
Well, Barbara's got 6,212 votes.
Oh no! So we have an update. So
where's this over here? Look over here. Look at here. Right here. Barbara Tedesco, 6,212.
Oh, so you have a different. So
yeah,
we have a new one. We have a new one.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. Do we have that on the? Is this the updated one? Okay, so bear with the blurriness. Right now for City of Bristol Mayor, a little blur here, but it looks like we have 6,236 for Ellen Zaposasu and 6,434 for Jeffrey Caggiano. Did we just get a new update?
Yeah, this is from, I'll double check right now from Lucas. Is it that 6,236 to 6,434 for the mayor? Yeah, that's the same one.
Okay, great.
But it looks like John Lodovico has gone ahead of Bob Parenti for treasurer. We still have Eric Rosengren and Jennifer St. John in District 1 over Greg Hahn and Dwayne Wynn. In City Council District 1, it still looks like Susan Tyler and Jacqueline Olson over Tagarello and Kelly. In District 3, it looks like the incumbents Mark Dicko and Cheryl Tebow are holding on. And then for the Board of Education, we have Barbara Tedesco, who is a Democrat, and Jennifer Van Gorder, who is currently on the board and is a Republican, and Jonathan Jonathan L. Sorry, John. And then for Board of Assessment, we have the Republicans in the lead. Oh.
So it looks as of right now that the DTC numbers are a little more updated than the numbers that we have from the RTC currently. If we try to get some of those numbers with Alexa, who's at the RTC, just judging by the amount of votes that are on the right-hand column.
Right.
It's
yeah. Looks like Lucas is going to try to make a report. Oh, we just got a note from Lucas saying that he'd like to make a report, but at the DTC, they are bringing in some new figures and they are asking for people to quiet down to make an announcement.
So it looks like we're just going to get some crowd shots.
Okay.
So here we see people huddled around at the DTC building as they are getting those numbers in, calculating, and getting ready to project them there on the screen. As you can see, everybody huddled around as they are putting in some of these numbers, anxiously anticipating and waiting some of these results. Again, this is a live look of the DTC building here in Bristol, Connecticut with Lucas, giving us some good shots. I know the signal's a little low, but at least we're able to provide the viewers just a little bit of what's going on at the DTC building. Nicole, this is at the DTC. So, do you see someone's asking for city council totals? Let's see if we have another update.
Wayne 52, Red 57, Rosen 26, St. John 33, Jill 50.
Mrs. Wynn, I see Dallas Wynn, hope I'm saying that right. We are currently live streaming from the DTC. As soon as Lucas is able to, we will give you an update on the city council totals.
Looks like Alexa wants to do something.
Okay, let's see here. Oh, this looks like she's with. Can we pop Alexa up on? Alexa, can you hear us?
Yes, hi guys. I'm still here at the Republican headquarters. Jeff is right in front of me. People are eagerly waiting for those. I'm sorry, what was that?
Can you turn your camera landscape for us, please?
Landscape?
Yes, please. Yes.
I'm unsure how to do that.
Okay, it's okay. Let's just put her up full screen so we can get a clearer picture as possible. Okay, there we go.
Just turn your camera horizontally. Turn your camera horizontally, Alexa.
That's not really gonna work.
Okay.
Does this work better?
No.
Is this good?
No, it's not working.
Yeah, that's what I kind of, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't have the feature to do it the wide.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah.
So Alexa, what are we seeing? Is that
Yeah.
Jeffrey Caggiano in front of you?
So looking out to the crowd, pretty much everyone is waiting for these early votes to come in, eagerly waiting. Apparently there is 3,000 votes that still have to be accounted for. So as you can see over here, the race is very close together. Jeff is only ahead by a couple hundred votes. So, you know, these early votes can definitely change the course of this election a lot, and everyone is waiting to see what's going to happen. Jeff has been, you know, back and forth, kind of talking and mingling with people. People have just been waiting, staring, talking, pretty much just hanging out and waiting for these results to come in. There's reports that it should be in within the next 30 minutes, but, you know, it's unsure as of right now.
Okay. That's terrific. Thanks, Alexa.
So Alexa saying that about 3,000 votes still outstanding. And in a close race like this, that's a lot. Someone is asking in the chat, David, could the mayoral race get so close that we'd have to vote again?
I would think that I think what we would do first is there would have to be a recount before there was a determination of that happening. And you know what? That's a good question because I don't know. That would be something that would be covered in the city charter.
So what is the current process?
Well, the process is they expect there'll be a winner.
Okay.
And you win by a majority. You could win by one vote. That's how close it is. Like I said, a few years ago in the city council District 3 race, it came down to 5 votes. So there was the recount, and then there was the turnover of the office. So in this particular case, the process would be they will do their counts. They would have to go over their if it was within a certain percentage, they would do a recount. And then I guess if things came down again to a close situation, it would also be a recount. And then I don't know what would happen.
We're getting some audio here from the DTC.
Mark 193. Cone 107. Hill 187. Barr 158. Carroll 182. Van Gorder 109. 108.
What's happening at the DC right now is each district is broken up into precincts, and I think they're going through, and the way they tabulated the early voting was by precinct. So that's why when you hear the numbers in the background, they sometimes are just in the teens or the double digits. They don't get into the 3 digits, and so that's why it's such a painstaking process. So I guess if you are agonizing, you're agonizing along with the candidates and getting something of a feeling for what happens on this night for the people who are up for election. So I don't know what that is. We can't see the screen very well. We don't understand the numbers because we have no context for them. But I just thought I would pipe in. I think what we'll try to do now is listen more carefully and see what they come up with.
Carroll 11. Cone 9. Nice. Jill 27. Barb 27. Tara 26. Van Gorder 8. 8 for the next 2. I'm sorry. Amory 26. Liza 25. Sonic 10. Last one 9.
So some live images at the DTC of them reading some of the numbers that they have just put together
For the early voting.
For the early voting.
Early voting.
Okay, so that's what they were reading, votes for early voting. As soon as we can get a graphic of those numbers, we'll put them up for you. So we'll wait upon that. Do we have Alexa here? Alexa, do you have something?
So right now, everyone's still just kind of waiting around, hanging out. No kind of huge updates to be found. People still just kind of waiting for those numbers to come in. Jeff's over here, also waiting for the same thing. I think he was seen checking out some news sites. There's Channel 3 over there in the back. Not sure if you can see, they're doing their report. But people are still hanging out, having a good time, enjoying some food, and waiting for the results to come in.
Okay, that's all we could do, Alexa. Thank you so much.
Yep, of course.
Alexa, what's happening over at the DTC right now is that they are counting out the early votes. And they're doing it in a very, very deliberate and painstaking manner. So it doesn't look like the same process is happening over at the RTC. Are any numbers going up on the board at all?
Over here, there have been no new numbers up on the board. As you can see, the numbers are still the same. Jeff is still leading by a couple hundred. He's at 5,799, while Ellen is shown to be at 5,185. Again, no new numbers have been showed. Still waiting for the early voting, the election day registration votes as well. Other than that, no, nothing new.
Can you see if there are any absentee
Still-
ballots up?
What was that you cracked out?
Have the absentee ballots been added?
No, the absentee ballots have not been shown yet. Still the same numbers as before. We're all just kind of waiting around. It said it would be about 30 minutes until those were showed, but still no new news on those yet.
Okay, how long has gone by since you heard it was going to be 30 minutes?
Since I heard it was going to be 30 minutes, probably been about 10 to 15 minutes. I believe I heard it at 9:15. So once it hits pretty much, another 15, it should be about time.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Of course.
Yeah, see, they're over at the DCC, they're putting one precinct in at a time. Okay. So they've taken a different tack at the RTC. They're just probably doing that in the background right now. And when they make their announcement, they're going to make their announcement, with the totals. There is some suspense listening to the DTC if we wanted to ask Lucas to actually do his live video again. Well, New York City just called for Mamdani.
Is that so?
Yep. If you're on yes, and it looks like this is just reports from my family. A Democrat won in Norwalk. Mamdani, they called the race in New York City for Mamdani. We've got Plymouth and Newington also went for the Democrats. Just a little aside there. So, Aaron, what are you learning about Bristol elections?
I'm learning how intense it is. Honestly, listen, this is an intense process, and thank you to everybody who's watching right now. Okay, I know things are a little slow. We're getting you the information as we can, but this is it's really nerve wracking. I can't imagine what the candidates and everybody at the RTC and DTC are feeling right now. There does seem to be a different sense, vibe, as someone put in the chat, at the RTC than there is at the DTC. Now, it could be, celebrations at one, being hopeful, and it could be just waiting and waiting and waiting till the final numbers come in to really have some some sort of outward emotion. I wouldn't know how to feel. Am I happy or am I nervous and just waiting and don't know how to react?
Or are you relieved?
Or are you relieved? So being in that setting, God bless everyone at RTC and DTC who are nervously or excitingly awaiting those results. But this has been an exciting process. I'm learning alongside maybe some of you who are first-time voters or some of you who have been long-time voters and, just reacclimating to the process. And I'm learning from everybody in the chat who's typing in, and you, Dave, asking you some of this information that I don't know about. We do have some video, so let's go over some live video we have. What do we have here? So we have something from the DTC.
This is the DTC.
Let's tune in.
Yeah, they look like that now. Oh, yeah. That's the same neighborhood.
All right, so hopefully I'm back on live now. So it appears they are now going through same-day registration. They just pulled out the receipt, the form for it.
Can you see what the totals are for mayor right now, Lucas?
As close as I can get. I don't know if that's good enough. So now they just took it down.
Lucas, can you see the numbers? You can just recite them.
Lucas, can you hear us? I'm just trying to get a good spot.
Better angle right here.
Can you read?
Can you read them?
Read them. So right now in the lead we have Ellen Zaposasu at 7,371 votes, and then Caggiano rests at 7,254 votes as of this time.
What was the numbers for Caggiano?
What were Caggiano's numbers again?
So again, to just reiterate, we have Ellen Zaposasu at 7,371 votes, and then Jeffrey Caggiano at 7,254 votes.
Wow, and what are they waiting for? They're waiting for the... So everything is filled in except for what category?
What category? Same day registration.
So these are just numbers for same-day registration?
These are the numbers, the totals.
These are totals?
They're waiting for the same-day registration.
Wow.
So the difference right now is how many votes?
I cared more about Ellen than I did about ours.
Hi. Excuse me. Hi, my name is Lucas, all right, for Bristol Edition. So just to ask again, are we just looking for same-day registration? Same day. So just spoke, and it looks like, again, they're still waiting for same-day registration as of right now.
Do you know how many same-day registrations there are? And what's the difference?
There's a lot of this.
Are there a lot of same-day registrations, or are we talking?
What is she?
Okay, so listen, thank you, Lucas, for that. We're going to give you an update of what we just heard. So, according to Lucas, who was at the DTC, now this is not counting same day votes, is from what we
Same day
heard.
registration.
Same day
Yes,
registration.
yes.
Okay. So, Ellen Zapo Sasu currently has 7,371 votes, taking the lead for the race for mayor over Jeffrey Caggiano with 7,254 votes. And that is coming from the DTC building.
We do not know how many same day registrations there are. Let's see.
So things are changing. Things are getting a little bit more exciting as we're getting some of those last votes trickling in. They're getting counted. Now, this is the information we have from the DTC building. We have yet to get an update on what the RTC building is doing or what numbers they have. So as soon as we get those, we're going to update you with that as well. We would try to get those city council member numbers to you, as we just wanted to break the news on the new mayoral race numbers that we had. Kaden, if you could just give us a second, we're going to try to confirm what the DTC has as far as the city council members' votes. So it was quite the update there, huh? So we have, from the last update we got to this one, and according to the numbers that we just received from the DTC, Ellen Zapo Sasu the lead with 117 votes over current mayor Jeffrey Caggiano. Yeah, thank you, Joseph. We're having some issues with my current mic, so we're just going to use the microphone we have here as of right now. I can set this aside some. We've been on this live stream for 2 hours and 46 minutes and 53 seconds and counting. Equipment's going to go wrong. We're our first time on a live stream this long. We're going to try to do the best we can so far. Let's see, maybe we can bring this mic up some more. Maybe this will help out, Joseph. Thank you for that information, by the way. Like I said, it's our first time doing this. If you have any comments or anything like what Joseph just said, feel free to put them there in the chat. We're trying to adjust accordingly.
So the question right now is, how many same day registrants do we have? Do we have 100, 200, 400?
And that could tell us.
And that would tell us whether or not who won the race.
It would have to be above the 117 votes. So the numbers that we have right now are Jeffrey Caggiano with 5,979 votes. Ellen is currently at 6,400 votes, according to the information that we currently have right now. This is new information that we just got. Ellen pulling ahead, 6,400 votes. Jeffrey Caggiano, 5,979. She's completely taken over that gap, and right now she's full steam ahead at this point. Now, we still have those same day registration votes.
Same day registration.
Same day registration votes still out there. And as Dave is saying, how many votes are those? How many are there? Is it enough to make up the difference here? We'll tally those votes here. We'll put them on the screen. Oh, we have them. Oh, thank you for. Is this new? Is this updated here at the bottom here?
I don't know. I can't tell. It could be. Yeah.
Okay, so we have new numbers. Ellen with 7,371. Jeffrey Caggiano with 7,254 votes. These are coming in fast. Yeah, that's what we have here. Let's try. I want to read over the city council votes if I can. Yes, Amanda, they are over 7,000 now. It's moving in pretty quickly. We're trying to get them to you as quickly as possible. So currently for District 1, Dwayne Wynn Jr., 2,700 votes. Greg Hahn, 2,828 votes. Eric Rosengren, 2,803 votes. Jennifer St. John, 2,749. With the numbers that we currently have here, that has Greg Hahn and Eric Rosengren in the lead for District 1. We move over to District 2. Jennifer Tagliello, 2,353 votes. Peter Kelly, 2,450
votes. Yeah,
2,450 votes. Susan Tyler, 2,614 votes. Jacqueline Olsen, 2,452. So currently for District 2, we have Susan Tyler and Jacqueline Olsen in the lead in District 2. Moving on to District 3, Stephen Seymour, 1,959 votes. Mark DeCal, 2,171 votes. Cheryl Tebow, 1,890 votes. Stephen J. Cohn, 1,651 votes. That is City Council District 3 with Stephen Seymour and Mark DeCal in the lead for City Council District 3. We move over to the Board of Education. Jill Fitzsimon Beulah, 7,135. Barbara Tedesco, 7,421. Kara Ledger, 7,231 votes. Jennifer Van Gorder, 7,035 votes. Jonathan L., 6,922. Diane C., 6,747. So in the race for the Board of Education, it's looking like Jill Fitzsimon Beulah, Barbara Tedesco, and Kara Ledger have the lead to be on the Board of Education. Finally, we have the Board of Assessment Appeals. Anne Marie Herring, 7,216 votes. Liza Salgado Circo, 7,060 votes. Greg, how do you say that last name here?
Clement.
Greg Clement, 7,081 votes. And this looks like, I can't read that bottom name.
Wesley
here.
Hoyt.
Wesley Hoyt, 6,924. So according to this, for the candidates for Board of Assessment Appeals, it looks like Anna Marie Herring and Greg Clement are in the lead for Board of Assessment Appeals. That's our current update, everyone. Numbers have taken quite the change. They're moving. They're coming in pretty fast. It looks like the Democrats have closed that gap, and not just by a little bit, by quite a margin. There's still more votes. Cannot express that enough. That's not all the votes so far. There is still some, and the outcome can be dependent on how many same-day registration votes there are out there. So we're getting closer and closer to being able to project a winner in these for the race for City Council. We have Alexa, who's going to just put up some live video on the screen for us, David, just to give us what the environment is like over at the RTC. Let's tune in.
And as of right now, Ellen is now leading with these absentee ballot votes in. Jeff is now at 7,251. Ellen leading with 7,371. Currently, the room is still waiting, I believe, for one more to come in. I'm unsure if that is election day registration or absentee, but they are waiting for some more numbers to come in. The energy in the room has definitely changed a little bit with these new numbers coming in, but everyone is still waiting anxiously to see what the final results will be.
Alexa, when did you start seeing a shift? Did they put the numbers up and then the environment changed, or did it slowly creep in that the numbers were
So there
shifting
was
to the opposite direction?
Yes, so there was a delay in getting these numbers up, just a delay with counting them as well. So during that, the numbers were kind of shifting back and forth, and that's when people, started kind of noticing the gap closing between the two. And then once the finalized numbers were up for that early voting, the energy definitely was finalized then, and definitely went down a little bit. But I can tell people are still a little bit hopeful, waiting for these numbers and. And everyone, just waiting around anxiously, trying to see what the outcome will be.
Thank you so much for that report, Alexa. We really appreciate that out there at the RTC building where numbers have significantly changed and getting a reaction there. We'll just stick with some video and tune in.
Lost where he votes yes. But it's done that. So it's like people
So what we're going to try to do now is we're going to try to put some of the numbers that we currently do have as of this moment. We're going to get some graphics up, and we're going to put the numbers as of where they currently stand right now. Again, these are not official. These are the numbers that we have that have been reported to us from the DTC building with our reporter that we have out there. So stand by just a bit and we'll get that taken care of.
If the numbers hold right now, it looks like Zapo Sasu will be the next mayor, and she will have 4 of her counterparts, Democrats. I'm sorry, she will have 1, 2, 3. She will have the majority vote on the council. It will be 3 Dems and 3 Republicans. Let's see if that's right. Yes, 3 Republicans and 3 Democrats, and she would be the tie-breaking vote. If these numbers hold, it looks like this evening has led to an upset of the incumbent mayor by the former mayor of Bristol. The Democrat has returned to office. We are still waiting for the numbers from today's registered voters who registered today and voted on the same day. It looks like there's about 114 of them. Again, these are unofficial numbers, and we'll have to wait for those tallies over the next couple of days. But from these, we can pretty much determine who the winners are in the different races. One race that is a very tight race right now, I think, is between Peter Kelly. If you can see those figures, Aaron. Peter
Yes,
Kelly.
I could read them if you want to. Give me which numbers you need.
In the 2nd district, what are the numbers?
So in the 2nd district, we have Jennifer Tagariello with 2,353 votes. Peter Kelly, 2,450 votes. Susan Tyler, 2,614 votes. And Jacqueline Olson with 2,452.
So it's that Olson and Kelly right now are separated by 2 votes.
Correct.
Yes, so that might be.
So that's two votes, separate
a-
them. So you want to go over to District 3?
District 3, it looks like Seymour and Dickow.
Seymour and Dickow. Stephen Seymour with 1,959 votes.
Mhm.
Mark Dickow with 2,171 votes. Cheryl Tebow with 1,890 votes. And Stephen J. Cohn with 1,651 votes. Now we go over to
District 1.
District 1. D. Wayne Wynn Jr., 2,700 votes. Greg Hahn, 2,828 votes. Eric Rosengren, 2,803 votes. Jennifer St. John, 2,749 votes. So that's looking like Greg Hahn
And Eric
Rosengren in the lead for City Council District 1. Board of Education, as we said earlier, it looks like
3 Democrats.
all Democrats. Jill Fitzsimon Beulah, Barbara Tedesco, Kara Ledger in the lead, all with 7,000 plus votes. You do have the closest to them would be Jennifer Van Gorder, the Republican candidate for Board of Education, with 7,035 votes. She's the closest to Jill Fitzsimon Beulah with 7,135 votes.
Mhm.
And Board of Assessment Appeals, Anna Marie Herring, 7,216. Liza Salgado Circo, 7,060 votes. Greg Clement, 7,081 votes. Wesley Holt, 6,924 votes. That's where we currently stand. So as we continue to get more numbers in, these are unofficial. This is just the numbers that we have so far reported to us from the DTC building. It looks like the Democrats have not only covered the gap, but they're taking the lead in several of these races, but not in district number 2. Looks like in district number 2, the Republicans have a gap of 2,614 votes and 2,415 votes, as opposed to the Democrats, who have 2,353 votes and 2,450 votes. But again, we'll see when those same day registration votes come in, if that gap closes or continues to spread.
In the mayor's race, it is the same day registrants number is close to what is keeping the two apart. So we have to wait for those
Now,
final tallies.
is there any information on how many same day registration votes? Like, does someone have that information, or is that just counting the votes?
I hear it is about 114. And if you look at the difference between Zapo Sasu and Caggiano, what does that come down to? It comes down to
117.
117. So it's conceivable even if Caggiano won every single of the same day registration votes, he would still lose by 3 votes.
That's as close as it gets.
Would, I think, warrant a recount.
So for those like me who are just learning this process, what is that gap of votes that can say, hey, it's this close, let's get a recount? Or when is it out of recount eligibility, so to speak?
I would be guessing. I could ask. I could look and see if it's like a percentage, if it's a point something percent or 1% or something like that. So
there is
something in place to do that. But I would be better prepared next time.
Yes,
to do
absolutely,
this.
absolutely. No, these are just questions that are coming out, and like you said, doing this for the first time, just trying to get as much information as we possibly can to everybody. Thank you to everybody who's currently watching. We really do appreciate you taking the time out of your night to. I know if you're anything like me, I'm election night. I'm on my phone, getting updates, looking at X, looking at Facebook, looking at texting people, watching the news, trying to get any information that I possibly can, which is primarily the reason why we wanted to do this. We wanted somewhere where the people and the people of Bristol can go and get information as soon as possible, and we're trying to provide that. Like, it's our first time doing so bear with us. But as soon as we get the information, we're sharing that alongside with you at home.
And I'm finally looking at the chat, and thank you for all the kind comments. I really appreciate that. Julia Ryder has said that half of 1% of total votes cast for the specific race. So there's someone who's a statistician among us who can tell us that would be the criteria for a recount. As far as the treasurer goes, there's a question here about the treasurer. It looks like John Lodovico has defeated Rob Parenti. I don't think that they can make up those votes with what's left. And we have a new photo.
Oh, here we go.
Our friend.
Is this a final photo?
I think it's her final photo. The final figures from the RTC show Ellen Zappo Sasso defeating. No, it's still, they have the same day registrations here. We're still waiting for the same day registrations. Same thing over there. It's not showing anything different than we've already told you.
Can we project John Lodovico to be our winner?
I think so, yes. Yep. Let's see. Their numbers do not look to be as up to date as the Democrats' numbers over on the Republican side. I think the so we'll have to wait and see if that's it's going to be hard to say goodnight.
It really is. So I think
I'm
so.
definitely not going.
We are going to put up our
soon.
We're going to put up our first. Now this is TBE first. This is the TBE projected winner for treasurer. That would be Democrat John Lodovico, who looks like he will be the winner, the projected winner for treasurer, John Lodovico.
I'm sorry I'm on my phone, but it's a source of, I haven't figured out how to navigate both the screen and with the software and the.
So I'm just going to update. Do you have some of these numbers offhand so we can put here on the bottom? So let's go ahead and update this. So we're going to put here mayor race, and we're doing this while we're live, which is okay.
Yes, Bob Brown, I do remember when the press did that surface. That's why we're doing what we do, because they are no longer doing it. I appreciate that comment, and thank you so much. You're welcome.
So what numbers do we have for Ellen Zappo Sasso currently? Do you have that here? I could put them up here.
Let's see. You have this big
7,371.
Yeah.
Jeffrey Caggiano, 7,254, it appears.
Yes, yeah. Now I can look for some statistics on here without losing the stream, right? Just going through
Correct.
the tab.
Correct.
Okay.
So we have live footage of
Hello.
the RTC building. Let's tune in.
Hello, Alexa.
Hi, how are you guys?
Good. What do you have over there?
Still reporting live here. So far, it has continued to be pretty slow. As you can see, the votes have stayed the same since last time I've reported. People are still kind of hanging out. I can tell people are getting a little antsy. It's late at night, still waiting for all these votes to come in. Still being counted up currently. But a lot of people have began to sit down, kind of just take a seat, relax until these final results have came in. But other than that, the energy has pretty much stayed since finding out that Ellen has now taken the lead. But people, I can tell, are very itchy to, get out of here, get the results, and kind of go home for the night.
And of course, you aren't at all itchy to get out of there and get home, are you?
Personally, I can't say a little bit. It is a late night, but I'm very excited to see these results as well. Very highly anticipated.
How many people are currently at the RTC? Do you have an idea?
So I do not have a direct number, but if I were just kind of to look around and guess, I would say anywhere from 40 to 60 people possibly. Definitely a lot of people still here. When I got here earlier, I would definitely say there was at least 20 more people. People have definitely filed out since then, but a lot of people are still sticking waiting for these results to come in.
Now, do you have any information as to if the candidates are still there and the current mayor, Jeffrey Caggiano, are they still in the building?
So I have seen Jeffrey here and there. I believe I do see him back there, back against the wall, but I have not seen any other candidates since I got here pretty much. Jeffrey has been here the entire time, kind of up in the front, mingling with people, checking the news, checking the numbers. But as for the other candidates, I cannot say I've personally seen them.
So I know maybe you could not hear conversation wise or whatnot, but in terms of just the atmosphere of the room, can you give us a picture for those who are obviously not there, who are just watching your camera here? What does it feel like being in an RTC building right now?
What it feels like is it definitely feels like definitely an energy going through the air. Before it was a little bit more excited when Jeffrey was leading a higher amount of numbers. I do remember over Jeffrey when he was 1,000 votes, and at the time he was only up by 100. And now, of course, that gap is closed. And since then, the energy has kind of gotten back down. I can tell people are getting a little tired. But people are still kind of pumped up, eating, still chatting with each other, just hanging out. Talking to neighbors and friends, which is great. They're just waiting for these final numbers to come in pretty much. But the energy, I would just say, just got a little bit more tired.
Well, thank you so much. If you could just give us just a view just for a while to let the viewers see some visuals of the RTC just for a little bit.
Yes. So here's the board again with all the numbers still the same as last time. And then you look around. You can see the counting the votes there, and then everyone else kind of gathered around in the background.
As we wait and we don't have much to go off of until we get some more votes tallied,
You know, we're really trying to um, get as much visuals as we can because at this moment we're all just waiting alongside everyone else who is anticipating
Yeah.
some of these final projected winners in their respective categories. Thank you so much, Alexa, for all the work you, Lucas, Jack, and the team are doing. We really appreciate you. You know, it's been a long night. Um, we look forward to more updates as you have them. So keep us informed, please.
Of course, and thank you guys.
All right. Thank you. Oh, 2,828.
So who are the mathematicians out there? What would force a recall? Let's see, what does the difference have to be? 0.5% of the difference? Is that what it was? What did? Half of 1% of total votes. Okay.
So where we stand now, projected
here we
winner for
go.
treasurer, John Ludovico. Mayor race, Ellen Zopo Sasu, 7,371. Jeffrey Caggiano, 7,254. And District 1, D. Wayne Wynn Jr. with 2,700. Greg Hahn, 2,828. We also have Eric Rosengren, 2,803. And Jennifer St. John, 2,749. Still, it's looking like Greg Hahn and Eric Rosengren for District 1.
District 2 might be too close to call.
So we'll hold up on District 2.
District 3, it looks like the Seymour and Dickow. Susan Hahn, yes. So Greg Hahn, yes. Looking at the chat right now. What a concept.
Sue Hahn just was a wonderful lady. Just super awesome.
Yeah. Okay. I don't know where we go from here, Aaron.
I think we
It's been
just
a long night. It's
do
been an
what
exciting
everyone else
night.
is
It's
doing.
been a long campaign. It's been one where we've had some contention about some issues about taxes and downtown development. What constitutes a public engagement, and it looks like there have been a few answers to where people would like to go in the future. The council will be, 3 and 3.
Yeah, and I do want to say something now that we I know the race is not as close in district. What is it? District 3.
2.
District
Oh
2.
no, district.
No, so District 1.
District
So
1.
District 1, it looks like Greg Hahn and Eric Rosengren, who
Right.
have the current lead. It looks like they may stay there.
Right.
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 I do want to say some kind words about both of those candidates. I've had the pleasure to interview Gregory Hahn, and I've had the privilege to interview Eric Rosengren, and talk to both of those candidates separately, both as a citizen and working for the Bristol edition. Both of those gentlemen are. I know Greg Hahn is extremely. I respect him so much. He is an absolute professional.
He has a game plan. He knows what he wants to do if he's elected into District 1, and he's just a kind man with a really good vision as to what he wants, and he wants what's best for the city of Bristol. And how can you not want somebody elected who is willing to do the best they can for the people of Bristol, regardless if you're Republican, regardless if you're Democrat, but for everyone. You just have to respect that. And Eric Rosengren has been nothing but kind to me. I was out walking one day, and I saw Eric, I guess, walking as well, and said hello. I didn't know him at the time. Said some kind of words, asked me where I was from, and just had a conversation with me, which is very outgoing. And I really, really appreciate that kindness, because when you're moving from out of town and you don't know nobody, that's really important. We have some video here. Let's cuss it over to Lucas.
It looks like people are celebrating at the Democratic.
I know it was too.
Dante?
Lucas, can you hear us?
Double hugs, Bell.
Lucas, can you hear us?
I'm working on a video. I'm making any videos. I just wanted to hug her.
So we're seeing lots of hugs. It looks to be a celebration.
It's a celebration. I think what people are doing is they're lining up to congratulate Ellen Zaposasu, who apparently is the next mayor of Bristol. Treasurer of Bristol, that's John Lodovico. That's Mark Dickow.
No, we have not received information officially, but it looks like the DTC certainly did, because they're celebrating like Ellen just won to be the new mayor of Bristol.
This turned out a lot different than I thought it was going to. All right. So, all I can say is.
Here's a speech from Ellen.
They can make this here. Okay, because he brought his entire family to do same-day registration, and that number is like 17. Melina brought one in. And looking quite stylish.
This is the most quiet I've ever heard of.
Well, no, this is
the most quiet I've heard Ellen in the past week. Yeah, you're right.
Well, see, this is what it is, though. It's preparation, it's dedication, it's attention to detail. That's what it came down to, and we outworked them.
Your ass off. That's what
Very much.
You're concentrating in the right places at the right time. Yes.
Cheryl people lost.
Cheryl people lost.
Go Steve!
Hey, listen, Trump's got 2 words.
Yeah, that's right.
Supposed to say that to him.
Yeah, you're fine.
You have to say that.
Hold that.
To try. Let's get a.
Sorry about that, Angela. We're going to see if we can get an interview with Ellen. So I'm sure that Lucas is doing some hard work trying to get engaged with Ellen to see if we can get some words from her. He said he'd keep us posted.
Could Alexa try to talk to? No, he just, she got the speech from Jeff.
Not an official total number. Brittany's doing a great job putting it in, but it's very intricate because you gotta go person by person. Not an official total number. Brittany's doing a great job putting it in, but it's very intricate because you gotta go person by person, voting precinct by voting precinct. But what Brittany has in so far is Council District 1 is counted almost fully with 100 election day registration ballots to go. If you look at the numbers there, I'll make a half-hearted call. Not a real call because I'm not 100% confident. 100 votes to count. Fury, take it easy. 100 votes to count. Eric has 100 votes lead. So that's really good news for Eric. Again, I don't bet my house on this one yet, but Jen is 100 votes behind. So looks pretty good for Eric. Unfortunately, not too good for Jen. So we traditionally let the candidates come and say something to the crowd, but we can kind of make a call.
Can we play that for the viewers? So, it looks like we're going to get the video. So, just let you guys know what's going on, okay? So we have just received footage of Jeffrey Caggiano, who gave a speech. He declined an interview with us at the TBE, but he did give a speech. And when we get that, we're going to play it for you. We'll just play the audio for now. That way you can tune in and listen to the words that Jeffrey Caggiano had to say. We're going to get an interview with Ellen Zapo Sasu. And we're close, so just stand by, and then we'll have a word from Ellen shortly. Hopefully she will accept an interview with us here at TBE, so stand by for that.
It's not an official total number. Brittany's doing a great job putting it in, but it's very intricate because you gotta go person by person, voting precinct by voting precinct. But what Brittany has in so far is Council District 1 is counted almost fully with 100 election day registration ballots to go. If you look at the numbers there, I'll make a half-hearted call. It's not a real call because I'm not 100% confident. 100 votes to count. Fury, take it easy. With 100 votes to count, Eric has a 100 vote lead. So that's really good news for Eric. Again, I don't bet my house on this one yet, but Jen has 100 votes behind. So looks pretty good for Eric. Unfortunately, not too good for Jen. So we traditionally let the candidates come and say something to the crowd, but we can kind of make a call. So I think this is our best first call of the night. So Jen, the newcomer, can I ask you a couple things? I was going to do it first. I would say this. We had unbelievable door presence this year from June. Jen has been doing the work. No one worked harder. Nobody worked harder than Jen on our team. Nobody worked harder than Jen. She wants to get all right. I also want to just couch this for everybody in the room. We have, there's a Republican group that wants Republicans to win. This is a tough night across the state of Connecticut, New York, New Jersey, Virginia. So I do believe that these things are much bigger than the individual, but I can't give enough praise to Jennifer St. Jones who put everything into this.
It started to loop.
So there you have it. There was a
Yeah.
speech from Jeffrey Caggiano at the RTC. Losing my voice here.
Yeah, well.
It's been an exciting night, David. Thank you for having me here tonight. Thank you to all the viewers once again for joining us here at TBE, the Bristol edition, on your live coverage. We've been live streaming now for 3 hours and about 30 minutes. It's been a long night, but we're trying to give you the results as best as we can. You know, we'll make improvements, we'll move forward, but we wanted to have a place where you, the viewers, can get information live as soon as we got it. Like I said earlier, if you're anything like me, you're scrolling on Facebook, on X, texting, looking at the news, waiting for some information. So we wanted to have that here locally for you, the viewers. Thank you, everybody, for bearing with us for our first time doing this. And thank you once again to David Fortier, the editor-in-chief. Is the correct title?
Sure.
Editor-in-chief of the Bristol edition, for having me here tonight. And so it looks like Ellen is projected to be the new mayor of Bristol.
Bristol, yeah, yeah. And Aaron, we started this little project here at Bristol Edition, and with the idea that we were going to move forward and we were going to embrace new ideas, new thoughts, new people, and you just happened to show up at the right time, sir. So this has been a joy, and it's the beginning of I think of a great relationship. If you could talk in those terms. And I think when we're talking about our little enterprise, it is all about relationships and relationship building and promoting what we do. We're a nonpartisan. We're a not-for-profit, and we are here for Bristol, and we want to make Bristol a better place. And we think we can do that by providing this type of information and this news on a regular basis.
And for those of you watching, you have information, you have something that you want to leave in the comments, feel free to do so. We're here for you. We're here for the citizens of Bristol, Connecticut. So feel free to leave any comments. Feel free to email the Bristol edition. David will post that information, or it's on the website, I believe, or on Facebook, I believe.
Yes, we're on Facebook, and any information, yes, if you want to comment, you can go to our Facebook site. You can also email the editor at bristoledition.org. You can send information to our tip. You can send tips for stories, and you can volunteer for us. There's lots of things you can do. And I just wanted to point out that we've been here and we've been a very quiet presence. We have not forced ourselves on anyone. We were working and hoping for, word of mouth to kind of carry us through. Maybe this will be very helpful. But we've already published 7,500 stories since we began. Now, I wish we could have been more thorough. I wish we could have done some things better than we did. But again, we have that presence and we have our experience, and you need to just judge us for who we are and what we do and what we can do to make Bristol the community that I know it is.
Shout out to Marcus Patton, who's here on the comments. Thank you, Marcus. We really appreciate your kind words. We tried our best. We tried to get what we could. We're still awaiting the interview. Hopefully we can get an interview with Ellen Zaposasu here shortly. And as soon as we get that, we'll give that over to you. It's been a long night, David. Like I said, you exhausted yet?
No, I have more work to do.
That's a good answer. It's definitely a good answer. Like we said, everything is for the people. It's for those of you out there. So we're going to try to get more content. David does a great job with his articles. If you haven't had a chance, or if you're new to the Bristol edition, please go and read some of the amazing articles that he has published. I've done some reading, and it's just fantastic work. Shout out to the two reporters we have, Lucas and Alexa, and Jack, who is assisting them out at the field, who've done a phenomenal job. Now, we've had some technical difficulties. We've had some issues with cell service, but that's going to happen, okay? Mm-hmm. And we can only grow from here. So thank you all for bearing with us. A big shout out as well to someone who has joined us here tonight, Angelo Velasquez. I hope I'm saying that right. He's right here behind the camera, and he's making things happen. He's in communication. He's moving. He's getting us the video that we're receiving, and he's putting them online here on our live stream as soon as possible. So thank him enough for the work he's doing.
I think Ellen might be declaring victory.
Okay.
I don't know if that's what Lucas has there for us or not.
Let's see if Lucas is ready here for us. Paul, we will try to show the DTC as soon as we have it. Because right now we're trying to get an interview with Ellen Zopo. It looks like they are good to go. So we're going to toss it over to Lucas.
Right, hello to all. It's Lucas from the Bristol Edition. Right now in front of me, I do have Ellen Zapo-Sasu right here. How are you doing tonight? Doing good. So how is today played out? How has been like the general like consensus feel for everything, all the efforts?
I definitely had a very positive vibe for most of the day. It was a very different vibe than 2021 when we lost, and so I felt cautiously optimistic most of the day from the people that we saw, knowing that our Get Out the Vote effort was really strong and that we had had a very thoughtful strategy to go into this day. And I really do feel that we did not leave any stones unturned. And so there was a sense of calmness at the end of the day that whatever the public decided, I was actually going to be okay with, because I don't think I would have done a single thing differently.
So what was the big thing that like felt different from this year than from the prior election?
I think that in 21, the Democrats were very complacent, and many of them thought we had it in the bag and they didn't come out. So our focus was on the Democratic base and getting out that vote, and they responded. We contacted regular people who vote in every election. We contacted people who only vote in presidential. We contacted new voters. We contacted people who were not voters. It was a really full-out effort in order to identify people that we thought would help our cause.
So a lot of outreach in order to get
Outreach
people to
every day, doors,
get it.
phone calls. We've never made so many phone calls in the history of the Bristol Democratic Party than we did this year.
Going around today, again, what was like the consensus like? Did you talk to any voters? What were their sentiments that you were hearing?
Mostly economic, and I think by the results of the Board of Ed, it's evident that those education issues are resonating with people too, but mostly economic. Taxes, what are you going to do? How are you going to fix this?
And also, again, things coming to a close now, what's like one final thing you have to say? Maybe you want voters to know, the public of Bristol to know.
I think that it's important for people to know that even though we run under the party label of a Democrat or a Republican or Green Party or Libertarians, that at the end of the day, the people who are elected to represent the city of Bristol represent everyone, and that is a vow that I will make, that my door will be open to everyone and listen to all issues.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much, Alan. Right, and reporting live, this is Lucas Emerson Whittles.
Let me just get on the other side. Thank you, Lucas.
Thanks, Lucas. Now, we want to call these guys home, or are we going to? Let's see. I think someone is looking for a recap. So of the evening, we just heard from Ellen Zapo-Sasu, who was declared the winner. And in her interview with Lucas, she said that she would be a mayor for all the citizens of Bristol, regardless of label. And it is now a matter of, I guess, rolling up her sleeves and getting to work. As far as the districts look like right now, we have the treasurer for the city is John Lodovico, a Democrat, who defeated Rob Parenti. In the first district, it looks like it's come down to a split with Democrat Greg Hahn and Republican Eric Rosengren leading the field. In District 2, Susan Tyler appears to be the winner, Republican incumbent, but the race between Peter Kelly and Jacqueline Olson is about 2 votes, and we're still waiting for a little over 100 votes from the people who voted, who registered and voted today. In District 3, it looks like a Democratic sweep with Mark Dickow returning to his council seat, and he is joined by Stephen Seymour. In the Board of Education, it appears that the 3 Democrats, Kara Ledger, Barbara Tedesco, and Jill Fitzsimons-Beulah, have all defeated their Republican counterparts. And as in the assessor's office, it looks like it's Democrat Marianne Herring. Is it Marie?
Anne-Marie.
Anne-Marie Herring. And is it Greg Klimek or
Klimek.
Klimek, yes. And I think that's
So we have Alexa. We want to let's listen into some of the speeches that are happening at the RTC.
Bad from public schools. That's the one bad thing outside. But besides that, thanks guys. Appreciate it.
All right, Greg and Wes, you're up next. This one's also not a perfect call, but I don't think, have you gotten that far down there, Brittany? Have you done Wes here? Yeah. But Wes, I don't know that it's totally out of the picture for Cheryl. There's, but we're a little less than 100 votes, but there's only 100 left. This, like the Board of Ed, top 3 candidates get in out of the 4. So obviously, what you see up there is more than likely to stick. And so Greg has been on the Board of Assessment Appeals and will stay, but he's going to have 2 new friends.
So I'll just say thank you everybody for voting for me and allowing and endorsing me and allowing me to run on the team. I really appreciate it. And I really, really feel bad for Greg, and I apologize to Greg for not also winning to help him out, because we've had some conversations and I was really looking forward to learning from him. So we'll see what happens in the next 2 years, and let's keep our fingers crossed. So.
And you'll be back.
The only thing I can say tonight, it's a privilege to work with the mayor. It was a great team. This is a bitter pill to swallow tonight. I didn't expect to see this. I'm deeply disappointed. We had great candidates. We should be on top. This is going to be a trying 2 years. But I think Cheryl said it best. We need to rise from the ashes. Do this. We're not dead. We're not dead in the water. Never dead in the water. There is a way back. We're going to make that happen. I will see these candidates. This is done. Next year we have 30 bases. We have. I don't want to see them done yet. So really, I am disappointed. I'm going to miss the there. He's not a big job.
So we are having some technical difficulties with the signal out there on the speeches.
Pull back together.
We're going to try to get
Rise up from the ashes, and let's do this in 2 years. And I thank you for the endorsement.
So yeah, we're having some audio difficulties there. We're going to try to get those in video and post it to you at a later time. Looks like Lucas has joined. So we just heard a little bit. We got a little excerpt of what the speeches were at the RTC. It looks like some the speeches were them conceding Definitely the vibe has changed there at the RTC building to those who it looks like will not be elected into their respected positions that they were seeking. Um, we heard from Ellen a little earlier. We got a recap of what's going on at. So I have word that Ellen did a speech as well. We're going to try to get that to you as soon as possible. That's going to come in video form. That isn't live. That's just something that we took video of a little earlier. So we're trying to get that to you.
So it's telling you to check your audio settings. Oh, that's a while ago, I guess.
Yeah, that was a
Yeah,
while
that was a
ago.
long time ago. Yeah.
We did the best we could with that
Yeah.
situation. So as we try to get some of these videos, do you want to take a brief break and come back and close out the night?
I think so. I think we are.
All right.
wrapping
So
things
thank you
up.
for tuning in. Just tune in for just a little bit longer, please. We're going to take a quick 5-minute break, come back, and close this thing out. This is 2025 election night here in Bristol.
Here, the Bristol edition, your 2025 election day coverage. Thank you to all the viewers. Thank you to everyone who has tuned in throughout the day, checking in on what is going on with this race. We really do appreciate it so much. We're going to close off tonight. We're going to close out tonight with a final recap of where the votes lie as of right now, the projected winners. So, David, take it away.
Okay, great. Aaron, thank you so much. It's been a terrific evening. And it looks like we have a new mayor of Bristol and a split council. We have new members on the Board of Education who are Democrats and a new treasurer. We'll talk a little bit about the Board of Assessment Appeals in a second. But right now, Ellen Zappo Sasu is the winner over Jerry Caggiano for mayor of Bristol. In the first district, we have Gregory Hahn and Democrat, and Eric Rosengren, a Republican. Rosengren is the incumbent. In the second district, we have an outright winner in Susan Tyler, but we have a close race between Peter Kelly and Jacqueline Olson. 2 points, 2 votes, keep them, separate them. And it looks like it's going to come down to the people who registered today and voted today. There are about a little over 100 of them out there, and they have to be counted. And there is a very refined, I guess, and painstaking effort to make sure that those people who are registered today are not registered anywhere else. So that's why it's taking so long for the registrar's office to get through the final count. So we won't know about Olson and Kelly in the second district tomorrow. So either it will be 2 Republicans, Tyler and Olson in District 2, or it will be a Democrat who is Peter Kelly and Susan Tyler after we get the results of the people who voted and registered today. In District 3, the Democrats swept. We have Mark Dicka, who is the incumbent, and we have a newcomer, Stephen Seymour, who won. For the Board of Education, the 3 Democratic candidates, Kara Ledger, Barbara Tedesco, and Jill Fitzsimon-Beulah, each won positions with the Board of Education. And for the Board of Assessment Appeals, there are 3 winners right now. Right now, it looks like Anne Marie Herring, the Democrat, will definitely be on the Board of Assessment Appeals. Gregory Klemick also appears to be on the Board of Assessment Appeals, but there's a close race between Wesley Hoyt and Liza Sigaldo Circo. So that is our wrap up for the evening. I think we covered everyone. And I did mention John Lodovico is the new treasurer, I believe. If I didn't, John Lodovico, who's a Democrat, defeated Rob Parenti, the Republican incumbent. So thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate the fact that we've heard so many great comments tonight, and we hope to continue this coverage. And we think that we'll be bringing you more live streams from the Bristol edition in the future on a more regular basis. Again, the thought is to bring the city together and to get people to know each other on a first name basis. Aaron, any thoughts? You want to wrap things up?
Yeah, thank you, everybody. Again, I've said it all night, but we can't thank you enough because without you, there is no us. As cheesy as that sounds,
that is cheesy.
It is pretty cheesy. But I'm good with cheesy lines.
It's the truth, though.
But it's true. We're here for the citizens of Bristol. We're here for you. We're here to give you the content, to give you the news and the information that you cannot get anywhere else. We'll do our best to continue to provide you with information as we get it. Continue to bring you stories that you want to hear. I can't express enough. If you have any comments, feel free to email the Bristol edition for any of those. And thank you for just being here with us tonight. It's a long night, a lot of work, but I think it was really needed. So we thank you so much once again for joining us. A big thank you to Jack, Alexa, Lucas, Angelo for all their hard work tonight. They've been running around and they were doing just a phenomenal job with the task at hand and doing what they could to get this coverage for each and every one of you. So once again, thank you so much for tuning in here to Bristol Edition. I'm Aaron Lopez.
I'm Dave Fortier.
Have a good night.
Good night, folks.